And we're live. Welcome to the Evidence and Reasons for the Christian Faith video channel. I'm Salvador Cordova. I dedicate this broadcast to the Lord, to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I saw some really nice comments that were in the chat, and I can't actually, if they were posted before the stream started, I can't highlight them. But Jesus Garcia says, I served as an 11B in Ramadi, Iraq, back in 0405. Dangerous times. Well, thank you for your service. I actually don't know what an 11B is. Sorry. Um, so, greetings to Jesus and greetings, Godzilla Freak, my friends. And I always look forward to um, when I'm going about my day and thinking about what to look forward to in my day. It's always this time I get to see my friends. And so that's partly why I start the stream. A lot of YouTube channels, understandably, are organized to do information, but it's been kind of lonely here in the house, and so it's been great to fellowship with my fellow brothers and sisters here on this YouTube channel. So we have a lot on the docket today, and so Patrick's here, Ramen, and Matt's. I finally made you. I finally got around to making you a moderator. I'm sorry for the delay in that. So, I haven't made Godzilla Freak one. Goodness. I feel terrible about that. So, I have a lot on the docket today, and I don't know that I'm going to get around to everything. So, reflecting on my life as a defense contractor. Okay, so just a little history. I actually, in 1980, I started college at Virginia Tech. I flunked out. I was in aerospace and ocean engineering, and my life. It was a really. It was a tough time. I was 17 years old and there in college, and just had a lot of problems. Turned out I had a pretty bad reading disability, so I was able to make it through college because I could almost memorize a lot of what I heard in the lectures, even being just paying half attention. So I was able to do well with the just with the lectures and taking the exams. And I remember falling asleep halfway in math class, and I ended up still being the top of geometry class. But then being in college was a different story, and having to read so much, and where I had to do so much stuff just on my own, and I really wasn't wired for that. So I was a full-time music student for a while, and those were the happiest times of my life. For the 1 year of my life that I studied music full-time, and that's still the love of something very close to my heart. And actually today I forgot to play my intro with the Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini, which I usually do for variety shows. And so I wandered through various disciplines and eventually started studying computer science. And toward the end of my computer science studies, I said, I think I want to pursue degrees in electrical engineering and mathematics. And this will relate to my Christian walk today, by the way. And so I ended up, I love video games, just totally loved video games. And I remember applying for my first job. I said, should I put that on my resume? I mean, that I was one of the champion video game players, and in the game Asteroids, I was the third highest scorer in Asteroids on it's an arcade game in the world, in the universe. And so I was in the interview, and I wasn't sure how that was going to go down. I had a co-op stint with the Internal Revenue Service, and I'm just like, I don't think I want to do that. But I did like computers enough. I said, should I put that on? So I left it on my resume. I said, I never knew what I would do, how it would turn out. I remember walking into my interview, and I noticed it's like wherever I turned, there were all these video games. I'm just like, this seems like an interesting job. And so I sat down, and they were talking to me, and they said, well, we build flight simulators. We build, their actual term is part task trainers and computer-based trainers. And so what they were doing was building machines to train air crews and also ship crews in uses of various weapons. And I said, oh, so that explains it. They hired me on the spot. He said, oh, you do video games. So I ended up, my first job was really building military grade video games. I mean, we wouldn't call it that. It almost seems kind of denigrating, but that's actually what I was doing. And some of the coolest ones were the ones for aircrew. So I specialized in the A6 intruder. Maybe I see if I have a. I'm going to show a picture of an A6 intruder here. It's a Navy aircraft, and I worked for. I've since forgotten. It was for Naval Air Systems Command. Let me show a picture of the intruder. The interface on Restream has changed. So, oh, Godzilla freak, yes. Uh, I set that. I was third in the world when it was relatively easy. I played for 16 hours straight, but that became nothing. People who were able to stay awake for long periods were going out to 24 hours, 48 hours, and then even 72 hours. I don't know how they did it. I would have died. Anyway, so this is the aircraft that I supported, and my first job was the standoff land attack missile. I said I'm going to talk about the high speed anti radiation missile, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. Restream has changed its interface. I'm just a little bit unfamiliar with it, so if you'll bear with me. I also did a lot of yard work today, and so I was a little under the weather. I had to take some painkillers. Anytime I do a lot of physical labor like that. For some reason, I just have a lot of aches and pains. So anyway, I'll show the high-speed anti-radiation missile. And that actually that was the thumbnail today. So let me show this, the high-speed anti-radiation missile. And this is, since someone read the book here, who was it? Matt's read Flight of I saw that movie. All right, so, and that's also that's kind of a nice story there too, for me personally. we, uh, that's a high-speed anti-radiation missile. And so do I still have that A6 intruder? Yeah, so this A6 intruder, they had probably an older version of an anti-radiation missile. And what it's supposed to do is to shoot up radar installations. And so there was that scene in Flight of the Intruder where they're on what they call an Iron Hand mission. And Iron Hand, I think that's an iron hand mission is like iron. It's going to go through and just punch, be these be the thing that's going to just destroy the radar installation. And so they call radar electromagnetic radiation. And so that does relate a little bit to some of the later topics today. Um, uh, and it's like, well, this is kind of a strange walk for where I began to where I am now in my research in creation science and the Christian faith. But it was beginning to learn about aviation and also electromagnetic theory, because that relates to the distant starlight problem. But this was kind of my introduction to this whole thing about electronic warfare, uh, where the where the opponent will have these surface to air guided missiles. They'll be painting your airplane with radar beams, and then they'll launch a missile at you. And what the high speed anti radiation missile is supposed to do, a missile like this, is when you're being painted by radar and the surface to air, the surface to air missiles coming at your airplane, what you hope to do is to be able to fire your anti-radiation missile, and it's supposed to be, you hope that it will reach the bad guy before the bad guy's missile hits you. If you're able to knock out the radar installation, then the opponent's missile will go unguided. So there was the scene in Flight of the Intruder, and which is a movie. Let me see, Flight of the Intruder, which is a great movie. So there's, let me see if I can make it bigger. I think is that Danny Glover? Anyway, that was a great movie. So they're in Vietnam and they're on an Iron Hand mission. I don't think it was a harm. They didn't have harm missiles back then, but they did have anti-radiation missiles. And so these surface to air, these North Vietnamese, the Viet Cong's surface to air missiles are flying up up to the intruder, and they're firing their missiles. The intruder's firing its missiles down to the enemy and knocking them out, and the threat goes unguided. The surface to air missile goes unguided, and that's how you win. And that just takes a lot of guts. I'm so I got to work with these pilots. So my job was um, building the software to train pilots. And how would I learn to do that? Well, I had to have pilots train me and say, this is how this works. This is how you're going to teach the other pilots. So they would actually design. They would do a lot of the design of the course of how to teach pilots. We found that when we do computer-based training, we could train pilots 30 times faster than traditional classroom methods, and that's important. It got really to be important in the first Gulf War in 1990, 1991, because some of these pilots, they have all their specialties, and then they're thrown in the situation. It's like, okay, you're going to be flying this mission in about a week or a few days. You've got 2 days to learn how to fire this missile and do it right. And there's all this what they call switchology, where you have to get all the switches right to be able to execute the mission. And sometimes you just have to, you're dealt as an aviator, you might be dealt a tough hand, where you have to learn a new task with a new weapon system that your squadron wasn't really acquainted with. And so the Defense Department spared no expense in saying, okay, we need to build computer-based training to teach our air crews how to do their tasks. And they had known that there had been some studies, if it's done right, we can train up to 30 times faster. Now that's influenced me also in my view of modern day education. I also began to realize a lot of the way our elementary and our grade schools, to some extent colleges, they're not designed, they're not optimal to be able to train each student. The reason the computer-based training is so effective is if it's done right, it can diagnose where the computer can sort of diagnose where someone's weak. It would quiz them. It would ask them questions, particularly with the aircraft. They would be reconfiguring the simulator like they're configuring the aircraft in terms of their switches. And the computer would diagnose their effectiveness and how quickly they're able to get the aircraft set to be able to do a particular task. And it would diagnose it and it would grade them and would tell them, okay, you did this wrong. This is the right way to set up, etc. And so we were able to train them really, really fast. And they didn't have to be up there in the air playing with real missiles and flying around. And it's very helpful. So the high-speed anti-radiation missile was when I was describing that particular attack in the Iron Hand mission. That was what they would call a self-protect attack, where you fly your airplane and you set yourself up as bait, and then you hope you actually invite them to start shooting at you so you could shoot back. I'm like, yeah, you need to have some major cojones to do that. But some of my favorite. There are other modes, and this is now public knowledge. One of them is called the pre-brief mode, where the radar station's just kind of emitting for whatever reason. Maybe you sent a decoy or whatever, and it's not quite so high stress. You fly in, and if you can fly at high altitude and high speed, you can actually do what they call a loft launch, where you fire the HARM missile, and it goes up really, really high. I mean, higher than any airplane. But it gives it a lot of distance. So you could shoot stuff from not quite 100 miles, but you could shoot long distances, like say 80 miles. That's what I've seen on the internet. And those pre-brief launches were fun. So when I had the reputation of being, I remember one time I was having so much fun on these systems. You'd program it, you build that simulation, and it's like, okay, we need to test this to make sure that our software is teaching correctly, and then it's also doing flight simulation correctly, because they'd have these exercises where you'd actually fly a mission, and we had all these targets. Like we had, we'd set up at the time when we were working. Iraq wasn't our enemy, so we just picked out all these installations on Iran to practice on. And when I was doing the software work, I would, the boss would say, any volunteers to test? I'd always volunteer. And one time I was doing a test on the standoff land attack missile system, which is really cool. It's a missile with a camera in its nose. And some of these missions, you'd load up your high-speed anti-radiation missiles, and then you'd also have a standoff land attack missile. So you'd fly into the area, and if the bad guy fired SAMs at you, you take care of them in self-protect mode, and then you try to keep penetrating the airspace and launch your standoff land attack missile. And then after you launched your standoff land attack missile, you turn around and fly away to safety, but you had your radio communications. And so you get to see through the camera the target, and you just kind of fly that missile like a kamikaze pilot. And that was a lot of fun. So I remember I was trying to hit an air tower, which is a really low value. You wouldn't really do that in a real shooting war, but that was just happened to be what was in our simulator. And I remember I was trying to hit that air tower. So it'd be like a 40-minute flight to be able to fire your missile and try to guide it into that air tower. And then it wouldn't hit. And I'm just like, what am I doing wrong? So anyway, I was writing up all the deficiency reports in our software. Before I knew it was 5 a.m. and I signed out of the room on Saturday morning, 5 a.m. I reported at the office in the morning. On Friday morning, I was there till 5 a.m. the next day. But I was having so much fun. I couldn't believe. I said, they're paying me to do this. They're paying me to play video games. This is just too fun. And So Monday morning, I come in and I hear the boss telling everyone, Sal did a great job at testing this. He wrote up all the deficiency reports, what we call DRs. So he's just so dedicated to his job. And I was like, I didn't want to. I wasn't going to tell him that this is actually a lot of fun. I couldn't stop. I couldn't. I really looked forward. That was my happiest job ever. And too bad. I had to look for. I looked for other opportunities that paid higher, and I had all sorts of other jobs because with software development, I had a chance to be a contractor, and they just put you in different jobs. I worked on a fingerprint identification system for the FBI, the IAFIS, Integrated Automated Fingerprint Identification, Interstate Information Index, IAFIS III, something like that. I also worked a little bit for Lucent. And so it's all this exposure to communication theory, electrical engineering, and just basic science. Now, somewhere along in my story, I was also starting to go to school. And there's one time I was going to school full-time and working full-time. Man, I had no life. It was nice when I had time to play the piano. And, I was young enough to know a lot of couples that would want me to play at their wedding. And that was totally beautiful. And those are special times, but I couldn't make a living at what I really enjoyed doing, which is playing the piano. But I got to tell you, the video games I'd say that was second best. So that was kind of, I've always, as a kid, I loved submarines, stories of submarines, and stories of airplanes. And so that hunger, I said, I'd like to be able to fly an airplane someday. And then I eventually got into civil aviation. Now, I briefly worked at the Army Night Vision Labs in Fort Belvoir. That was interesting. Command, it was called CCOM, Communications and Electronics Command. It's been since renamed. All these organizations get renamed, but they had these guys had some of the coolest logos, and that was at the time we were doing. I think this was the Serbian Wars when the U.S. was involved in that, and it's very interesting because that was my first work in intelligent design detection. It was really cool. We had automatic target recognition, where the machine was supposed to identify man-made objects like trucks and landmines. And so you'd have these airplanes that had infrared or ground-penetrating radar. It would generate an infrared image, or what we would call kind of some sort of radar composite image. And the software is supposed to be able to determine, is this natural or man-made? And it did a pretty cool job of identifying trucks. So the idea was just to be able to identify the locations of the bad guys, etc. We did have a problem locating landmines with infrared because cow pies, when they drop, they look kind of, they're kind of round like that. They were showing up on our mine detection system as landmines. So that was kind of an anecdote. Now, during this time, I was also, so this is my life as an engineer, and I was just, just like everyone else, just trying to figure out life and, get the bread on the table and walk the Christian walk. So there was so much of my quote unquote secular life. And yet, I go to church and say, Lord, I'm trying to figure out why I'm here on earth and what I'm doing. And I always had kind of that unsatisfaction. It's like, no matter how much I did, I was still unsatisfied. And I said, okay, I don't quite understand this, Lord. And now looking in retrospect, I realized that there were a lot of things I wish that the church had taught me that I didn't know. During that time in 1990, my my aunt was kind of hard to talk about. She was sexually assaulted and murdered. It was an infamous case in Kenosha, Wisconsin. You'll if you um, Google Connie Reyes, Kenosha, Wisconsin. Uh, that was my aunt. Uh, it'll mention in some articles she was very religious and she had close ties to her family from the Philippines on the East Coast. That was us. That was my family, the family on the East Coast. I was recently contacted by the Oxygen Network. They're doing a special on. They have a lot of crime shows, and they said, we'd like we contact the family members of these victims so that they have a chance to memorialize their loved ones. And I haven't been interviewed yet, so I don't know where that stands. I'm just saying there was all these things happening. My life was fun and it was busy, and then yet there's tragedy at the same time. And I'm just trying to process this and make sense of it all. I'm just like, Lord, and to some extent, one can see that there was a lot of evil in the world, but then you try to close your eyes to it. Um, and there were just a lot of things that we just kind of go on with our life. It's like these are questions that are just too big for me to even figure out. I just got to try to just survive. And also during that time, I began to be disillusioned with what was going on in the government of the United States. And I'm just going to read an article. So there was like the Gulf War in 1990, 1991, Operation Desert Shield, and then Operation Desert Storm, starting, I believe, out in January of 1991. And, I thought that was, I didn't like Iraq invading Kuwait and hearing of, I didn't like Saddam Hussein. And so our weapon systems that we had trained the pilots, they were actually used during the Gulf War. I mentioned earlier the standoff land attack missile that was used to knock out either a power generator or a nuclear reactor. I think it was a nuclear reactor. The SLAM, standoff land attack missile, knocked out a nuclear reactor, and I got to work with the bombardier navigator who actually guided that missile right into the reactor. So my understanding is one bomber actually was able to blow a hole in the reactor, and then the standoff land attack missile was just guided right down the center of that hole, went right inside the reactor, blew it up. And we also supported the Harpoon anti-ship missile. There were just celebration up and down the halls of the company I was working for, Delex Systems at the time, and we were just thrilled. I know war is kind of a grim thing, but we were just like kids in a baseball game. I'm sorry to say it. We were just cheering and running up and down the hall and just patting each other and high-fiving. Yeah. Well, I began to be 1994, George Bush, he had like a 90% approval rating. I said, what's going on here? He got beaten by Bill Clinton. And I'm like, what's happening to the United States? George Bush Sr. was a very honorable man, and I could tell that the values of Bill Clinton, a draft dodger, and other things about him were just not right. And I'm sorry to get political here, but we really see where his true colors, he and his wife, Hillary, are. I remember one time in a Bible study, someone mentioned the Antichrist, and then someone else said, "Oh, Hillary Clinton." Anyway, and that kind of rocked me. I said, "What's happened to the values of the people here in the United States that they would elect Bill Clinton to be president?" And everything he stood for, I was upset with. I said, if I were in the military, I don't know that I'd want to serve him. And how can we have him as commander in chief? And so this began to change my views about life and values. And I'm just like, you know, I when we came to the United States, I was like, this is a dream come true. Everything's, we're going to live happily ever after. And then, God has a way of just putting things in your life, and you begin to think maybe you're not living happily ever after in this world. It says, Jesus said, in this world you have trouble. And so I began to think, and let me just share something. This really did disturb me. Uh, I'm just going to read this. And since this is a variety show, I'm just going to throw all sorts of random topics. But uh, when the United States wanted to invade Haiti, I was upset. I said, "What are you guys doing?" I didn't have um, I didn't have so much problem. I mean, I was totally on board. It's like, the United States liberated my homeland of the Philippines, from invaders that were plundering and killing and doing all sorts of gruesome things to people that had, you know, that weren't at war with them. They just came in there on the on the pretense of liberating the Philippines, and they ended up enslaving people and putting guns to their head and just horrible things. And I've shared some of my parents' stories. I'm totally fine with stopping bad guys. And I was like, yeah, I'm happy to serve the United States military in the capacity that I can as a defense contractor. Um, if I had been drafted, I would have been honored to serve the United States, the country that I had now adopted. And Bill Clinton as president, I said, this puts a dynamic I don't know what to do with. And I'm going to share something here where he ended up installing a communist, a communist uh, in Haiti. And I remember a lot of the Republicans and the conservatives and the Christians said, "You don't do that. This is just a terrible thing to do. You're caving in and installing a thug in the name of democracy. This is just not right." Granted, Haiti had also had not exactly the best guys, but it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to take one bad guy out, put another bad guy in. A lot of civilians will probably be killed. And I was like, this. I was thinking, this is not the right use of American military. That's a poor, impoverished country. And I just the thought of this massive superpower going there and fighting against. I saw pictures in the Washington Post of guys. All they had was a baton. I said, this is this is not war. This is butchery. I said, I did not sign up to be a part of anything like this. And you know, thankfully my company was not directly involved in the setup. And there could have been some huge bloodletting. All I remember is that there was Colin Powell and Jimmy Carter flying down to Haiti, and they diffused the situation. It didn't end up being just a major shooting war. I said, these poor impoverished people. Um, there's no way that they could have uh, withstood the might. It would have been butchery. It wouldn't have been. There would have been nothing honorable in anything that was going on. And so, yeah, Emery puts here. Uh, One of my frequent guests is in the military, and he's wrestling with the same question. Yeah, what do you do when you have a tyrant or someone who has questionable ethics, who's now your commander in chief? What are you going to do? Uh, you pray he doesn't get us in a war that's dishonorable, um, which I felt for Haiti. But I'm just going to read this: the Haitian Clinton's Haitian nightmare. Michael Radu. And so this one caught my attention as I was, uh, yeah. And Jesus, I believe you're in the military. Thank you for your service. God bless you, sir. Yeah. So as I said, my views had changed. What I was giving my life for, my views evolved. And so this is actually like a 2003 article, 2003, 2004. I'm glad it's still online. Clinton's Haitian Nightmare. And one reason I'm reading this is, why doesn't the mainstream media cover stuff like this? So I'm just sharing this to let you, it's just a break to not have to be feeding off mainstream media. 10 years ago, in September 1994, U.S. troops invaded Haiti under the auspices of restoring democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. At the time, the Clinton conceived operation was hailed by leftists as a model of liberal interventionism. As former Catholic priest Jean Bertrand Aristide was restored to power and an oppressive military regime was ousted. There was only one problem with this scenario. Not only was Aristide vehemently anti-capitalist and ironically anti-American, he was every bit as brutally despot as his predecessors. Um, yeah, so just because you claim to be a Christian, you're even a Catholic priest, doesn't mean that you're going to be a good guy. Goodness. To make matters worse, the Clinton administration knew beforehand of Aristide's radical pedigree, but chose to prop him into the dictator's chair anyway, in one of foreign policy's all-time worst liberal bungles. Today, the disastrous results of Clinton's experiment in Caribbean colonialism are painfully evident. Despite the fact that Haiti, the second oldest independent state in the Americas, just recently marked its 200th anniversary in November 2003, freedom and prosperity remain sadly elusive for the country's citizens. While the country, or more precisely the Jean-Bertrand Aristide regime, celebrated this bicentennial, most Haitians were too busy demonstrating against Aristide, or simply scrounging for food, or a raft to Florida to take part in any festivities. In 2004, Aristide himself will celebrate the 10th anniversary of Operation Restore Freedom, which returned him to power. Friends of his, like Jesse Jackson and Randall Robinson, helped pester the Clinton administration into undertaking this intervention. At the time, I pointed out that such an operation was an oxymoron, for how could one, quote unquote, restore Haitian freedom when the Haitian people have always been denied such freedom? 10 years later, despite claims that Operation Restore Freedom was a great foreign policy triumph for the Clinton administration, the failure of Aristide's regime to transform Haiti's profoundly dysfunctional society into a functional one is all too evident. Indeed, if ever there was a case of a country hopelessly dysfunctional, from its civil society to its elected leadership, it is Haiti, which has become an almost perfect example of a society beyond salvation. Its problems are stubbornly rooted in violence and terror, which continue to enjoy mass support. Aristide's election in 1990, when he promised to necklace his opponents or burn them alive, is often declared to have been Haiti's first free election, despite the notorious Francois Papadoc Duvalier's election in 1957. Besides this ongoing democratic charade, since 1994, the Catholic left in Haiti has destroyed what little remained after 2 centuries of savagery in the name of social justice and heretical liberation theology. And oh my goodness, let me just pause here and rant a little bit. And Emery, you might appreciate uh, liberation theology and wokeism is now invading evangelical Protestant circles. Maybe this is a lesson of what might happen to us. This happened this wokeism, socialist justice was invading Catholics, and this is telling you where it's going to head. So that's probably why I actually enjoyed reading this article. It's bad when we put our trust in man, in human institutions, and let man dictate to us what is right and wrong and what our goals should be rather than God. Okay. Rant. Okay. Let's resume. Otherwise, I'm going to rant some more. But Haitian corruption and misery are threats that reach well beyond the borders of Haiti. Washington has proven unable to do anything about Haiti or even protect the U.S. against wave after wave of Haitian emigres coming to Florida. Haiti is also repeatedly invaded, raping, destroying, and stealing as much as possible today's Dominican Republic, while always managing to remain eras behind it in terms of development. The U.S. and European Union have suspended aid after the fraudulent 2000 elections that returned Aristide to power. Even Paris and Ottawa now agree with Washington that no more of the 500 million promised to Port-au-Prince in the ebullient days of 1994 should be delivered to Aristide. Such a decision is absolutely necessary, since Haiti has always pursued the same solution to its problem of ungovernability: deflect, blame, and ask for money from outsiders. Hence, you owe us 21,685,135,571 dollars and 48 cents, screams the bankrupt regime of Port-au-Prince. London Telegraph, October 10th, 2003. I'm I'm sorry to laugh here. It's like uh how did they calculate that exact number down to the cent? Okay. Anyway, this refers to the 90 million francs Haiti alleges it wrongfully had to pay France in 1825 in connection with Haitian crimes under founding fathers Dessalines as the country fought for independence, including murder, rape, confiscation of property, and similar actions against white French civilians, mostly women and children. Oh boy, we got some Black Lives Matter action down there in Haiti. That was the amount demanded by Paris in return for granting independence, with good reason, since Jean Jacques Dessalines' 1805 Constitution clearly stated that no white man of whatever nation he may be shall put his foot on this territory with the title of master or proprietor, neither shall he in future acquire any property therein. And that's kind of a nice parallel to affirmative action, where we start excluding white guys and Asians from institutions, and okay, and demonizing people because of their race. Um, thank God it's not quite that bad yet in the United States. Such racist constitutions in Haiti have since changed, but the behavior of its government has not. The French are right to dismiss this monetary claim, not just because it is extortion, but also because, due largely to Paris's influence, the EU, European Union, has already wasted almost 2 billion on Aristide's thuggish regime. And no matter how much Aristide and his lackeys spend on lobbying in Washington, it appears that even his racist supporters in the United States are embarrassed by him now. The Washington Post reported on November 18th, 2003, that at the 200th anniversary celebration, Aristide told Haitians, after 200 years of economic violence, the traces of slavery are still here. Poverty today is the result of a 200-year plot. Whether it be slavery or embargo, it's the same plot. You are victims! Referring to the aid suspensions, which he calls economic sanctions. He said, we got out of the blockade then. Now there's another one. It's the same conspiracy. We won that victory. we can walk toward another victory. So apparently he's made such a disaster of this country, and the fact that the United States is holding back aid, he's calling that more slavery, right? So this is another example of double speak and just relabeling and demonizing someone that's actually was trying to help him in the past to put him in power, um, and he's now calling it slavery, that they're not helping him anymore. Okay, so I just wanted to say that some of these power brokers will just keep this victim mentality going just to stay in power. It's like you're the victim, Look how you're being exploited by those people who are refusing to give you handouts anymore. That's exploitation because they're not giving you handouts anymore. Okay, so I hadn't followed this whole thing since my days at Dell X Systems as a defense contractor, and I'd be interested to hear Dr. Sandy Pigeon's thoughts on this because he served in Haiti. So maybe sometime we'll catch up and we can talk about this. So the undeniable truth is that Aristide is merely the latest incarnation of an uninterrupted chain of murderous tyrants who have ruled Haiti over the centuries. In fact, the country still glorifies the racist Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Emperor Jacques I, as its founding father. That genocidal murderer is the national hero makes perfect sense in Haiti, where Dessalines' assassin Henry Christophe, King Henry the First, 1806 to 1820, is also glorified as a founding father. Okay. Although many Haitians excuse Christophe's act as part of Haiti's independence struggle, it is obvious that Haiti's history of bloodshed, from the lines of succession to the lush fields of the countryside, underpins its current political and social culture. Oh boy, this just rings of Antifa and Black Lives Matter. I'm sorry. And Venezuela, and this Marxism and violence and anarchy, where it's glorified and celebrated, where you celebrate someone as a founding father and then you celebrate the guy who assassinated as a founding father. It's like violence and and these tyrannical acts are just glorified. Evil is regarded as good, and so when I see these people just going to the United States, plundering and burning down buildings and celebrating like they're heroes. Just think about that. When killing and plundering and ruining and vandalizing, and that's elevated as a cultural element, that's not good. That's not good. And the tragic spin of Haiti's history wheel continues. Whereas under Francois Duvalier, the sinister Tonton Macoute, I don't know what that means, Tonton Macoute gangs controlled the population, now it is Aristide's Chimères gang doing the killing and beating. Members are recruited from the worst ghettos, formed for the purpose of beating up or even murdering opposition. Some of these gangs themselves are now considered opposition. One famous thug, Amyot Metayer, the alienated leader of a formerly pro-Aristide community organization, uh, 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 I'm sorry, I just have to laugh at the term community organization. We had a president whose job was to be a community organizer. So we had a president whose job was to be a community organizer. So we had this thug who was part of a community organization called the Cannibal Army. A community organization called the Cannibal Army. So this Amyot Metayer, the alienated leader of a formerly pro-Aristide community organization called the Cannibal Army, was found dead on the roadside in Ganives with his eyes shot out. His gang's members blame Aristide. Whew. Even a cursory understanding of Haitian history should have taught the Clinton administration that to speak of restoring freedom in a country that never had it or wanted it is ridiculous. The real reason for Clinton's intervention was the invasion of Florida by Haitians, an invasion that has not abated and never will because of the very fact that by per capita income, Haitians today have only 60% of what they did in 1800. Restore freedom? Freedom has not yet dawned upon Haiti's bloodstained shores. To insist Clinton restored freedom insults the meaning of the word itself. Okay, so if I may, well, this has been a fun rant. I'm sorry. You can see where my um, where my philosophical leanings lie here. If I could just say a word, I keep hearing it in the press. What a systemically evil, racist country this is. Why is it these Haitians are coming here to the United States? I mean, I do believe the demographic in Haiti is they're mostly black. So why come to this supposedly racist, evil, systemically evil country that just hates blacks? Why come? Why come to the United States? Why board your raft and paddle your way up to Florida? Why do that? I mean, they ought to be having people like Governor Cuomo, who said the United States was never great. He ought to be greeting these guys. You ought to have all these Democrats that are talking about how awful and racist and all the problems are. You ought to have the people like at McLean Bible Church that are talking and complaining about systemic racism. Line up at the border as you have these Mexicans, and line up at the border in Florida as these immigrants are coming in and say, you don't want to come here to the United States. It's a racist country. There's so many problems here. Don't come here. Go back to your home. Go back to where the demographic is, you don't have to deal with white guys here who are going to oppress you and exploit you and, do all sorts of horrible things. Enough said, I mean, this is a great country. This is a great country. If you've lived, any of you have seen, lived in other countries, visited them, you'd know that that's a lie. My family knew that coming here to the United States, and I don't mean to be, you know, I'm not trying to cast aspersions to American culture, but there was racism here, okay? There was racism here. But it was never so worrisome that I ever felt that it would stop our family prospering here. Why do I say that? We saw these, my mother and father saw these brave Americans liberating their land. And you know what? The Americans treated the civilians far better than the Japanese. Far better. And that leaves an impression. So, I'm not going to say that there was no racism here, but there was enough of a Christian culture here that people had a conscience to treat people right, to value you. And not to mention economically, if you don't consistently recruit the best qualified person, despite their race, your company's going to fail. It's just bad for business. And the one thing that I feel totally, the one systemic racist thing, and it gets my goat, is affirmative action. I remember when I was a co-op student briefly at the IRS. I'm glad I didn't have a career in the Internal Revenue Service the rest of my life. they had this thing called Equal Employment Opportunity Report, and they counted how many of each demographic group you had. And so the more of African Americans you put in a position, that was considered a plus, and that was put in your management evaluation report. And I just commented to one of my coworkers. I said, um, so they reward managers for putting people in positions that they're not qualified for, just so they could shaft and injure qualified white people. I was like, this is not right. Two wrongs don't make a right. Yes, it's very sad that there's inequality among the various demographic groups. But I said, this is not the way to fix it. This is absolutely not the way to fix it. You don't punish Asian Americans who have worked so hard in high school and then they apply to college. It's like, oh, your skin color is the wrong. Your eyes are shaped wrong. You can't be here because there are too many of you already. And I'm just like, do you know what it's like to be raised in an Asian home? Okay, so maybe sports and all these other extracurricular activities not related to academics are not emphasized. I remember my cousin, she would come home and she's just doing homework, just like, oh my goodness, she's so hungry to do her homework. I'm just like, okay, I'm not like that. I never was. But that's an Asian home. Academics for the Asians that come here and immigrate, your worth in your family is based on your academic achievement compared to other demographic groups. That's just cultural. And so a culture that has this, and then they work hard to achieve to be at the top of their class, they apply to college. It's like, oh, no, your skin color is wrong. It doesn't matter that you're qualified. We're going to get someone who can't get through school as well as you. We want someone like that. And so you want to talk about racism in the United States? I saw that and I said, this is doublespeak. What you call affirmative action is racism. Why don't you call it racist action? Why don't you call it racist action? And this, how are you going to distinguish people of, say, the Caucasian demographic that had nothing to do with slavery? Say they immigrated long after the United States Civil War. It's like, okay, you're going to discriminate against them. And then you're discriminating against Asians that had nothing to do with the United States Civil War. But yeah, hey, that is one of the most systemic racist things in the United States. And even that would not stop a lot of Asians from coming here because they still view this as the land of opportunity. So let me continue here. I didn't realize that this article would get my blood going so much. To insist Bill Clinton restored freedom insults the meaning of the word itself. And Michael Radu is senior fellow, co-chair, Center on Terrorism and Counterterrorism at the Foreign Policy Research Institute in Philadelphia. Now, that was a fun rant. Let me... oh, yeah. Wow. The suicide rates in Asian countries like South Korea and Japan is through the roof because of pressure from parents. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was, thankfully, it wasn't that like that in my family, but I could see it in other Asian families. Yeah. Systemic racism is the only form of systemic racism in America. And Sandy Pigeon is here. Sandy, I remember you telling me you served in Haiti, and I don't know, I don't know Sandy's feelings about what I just said about Haiti. Like I said, I was gung ho for the American military, but when I saw Clinton as president, I said anything the guy did, I'd just be suspect. Um, he was going through this scandal with Monica Lewinsky, and he was bombing some aspirin factory in Sudan or Somalia. I don't know what, to this day, I don't know whether it was really some sort of terrorist organization that he bombed or whether it was an aspirin factory, but it didn't look good. And the thing with Haiti, um, I like I said, I just thought about those poor Haitians and the superpowers that's going to come here and swoop down. And I knew a lot of the Christians and conservatives in the United States did not approve of this, and they've been some of the most supportive of military operations, but this operation they did not. And I just didn't trust. Now that I hear Jesse Jackson was involved in this, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, I just did not trust it, and I began to be, that was the beginning of me being conflicted to be about the United States military. So this was the same military that rescued my mother and father. To this day, I try to fly the American flag, and near my house, especially on our sacred holidays like July 4th and um, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, etc. And it's beautiful to see my street. And it's like, yeah, praise God. I have this Hispanic neighbor. He's flying his flag, and I'm an Asian guy. I'm flying my flag. It's beautiful to see. And here on my street, but you know, what will we do? What will we do if we have a commander in chief like Kamala Harris or Bernie Sanders? It's just a tough call. And I have a Christian friend that is now, I don't know what the word is, enlisted. She's in, I believe, an ROTC program. I don't know if enlisted is the right word. She's now joining military organizations, and them forcing down all of this woke stuff down their throat, forcing them to get vaccinated. Now, I took my vaccine, so I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I don't like how some of this is going down, being forced. So, yeah, they're trying to. Yeah, tell that to our family. Thanks, Jesus. Tell that to our family when they had their village liberated. They had hope. That flag that flag symbolizes a lot to our family. But I never thought I'd see the day the U.S. would melt down culturally. It was always the bastion of, to me, freedom and Christian values. And I've just seen the culture deteriorate since the time I was a little child. So, oh, Dr. Pigeon, let me see if I can. I have you. I'm happy to play YouTube things, but I need to check the copyright. So let me just type a little note to you, Dr. Pigeon. So what has happened is there's a copyright check, and I try to use it. So what I try to do is I try to play stuff I'm going to air here, because otherwise they'll shut my stream midway, and that's happened a few times. So I have another channel where I was playing with that. They shut it down. I told them what I was doing, and YouTube said that's okay. We're sorry. So Dr. Pigeon, I'm gonna I'd like to do that. And by the way, I hope we can do an archaeology thing. So I didn't expect that I would have spent a whole hour on my days as a defense contractor. Um, Maybe on a little lighter note. So I served Naval Air Systems Command, and so they call it PMA, Program Management Area or something, Program Management Air, PMA. So uh, and they have like a number like 256, 261. I worked for, I served like something like PMA 2 something. I'll just call it 264 because I've forgotten the numbers. But then if you work for the Sea Systems Command, it would be PMS. I was just like, why are they calling naval organizations PMS? Okay, I just thought that was really, that had nothing to do with anything, but I just wanted to throw something out that's a little um, um, uh, um, lighter. So, so I'm going to change gears here, and this has been a lot of fun. And uh, uh, I wanted to spare my. I do like to have co-hosts, and tonight I said I'll just make it easy for myself. I'll just go solo. So I'm going to change gears here, but this. So this is starting to change my mind about the military, and I said, Lord, I don't know what's going on, and I began to be concerned about the world in general, and I began to have thoughts about the world ending, because when we see all these very powerful military weapons, I'm just like, goodness, I was fascinated with nuclear submarines, what we call the boomers. They're they launch, they can launch the Poseidon and Trident missiles, and these things, if war didn't entail so much suffering and death and cruelty, it'd be a glorious thing because the technology is beautiful. And probably that's what enamored me. But then when you think about what they're really doing, it's really kind of horrific. But in terms of the pure, I'm sorry to say that, in terms of the pure engineering, a Trident missile system is just kind of like really cool because it sends this missile up from a submarine. Uh, it sends this missile up from a submarine deep in the sea, and it flies up into outer space, and then it it splits out all the warheads, like 16, 10 to 10. I don't know what the number is anymore, of these warheads that are unfortunately nuclear tipped. And so this one missile ends up being able to wipe out a dozen cities. And there was, unfortunately, one nuclear submarine. It wasn't a boomer, it was a hunter killer, but it's still a deadly weapon, called Corpus Christi. It really was named after the city of Corpus Christi. So originally its name was Corpus Christi, which means body of Christ. And there was a huge protest over that. They said, you shouldn't call such a weapon of war the body of Christ. And so they renamed that ship the city of Corpus Christi. But anyway, so I was fascinated about this, but then I said, when you actually look at it, what's really happening, I said, this is really not as cool. Maybe we could express engineering in a different way rather than destruction. Because I was still in that World War II mode. Weapons are a good thing. They're meant to kill the bad guys. And then I began to think, what if we're starting to be the bad guys? And it started to be on my mind. I began to have thoughts. I said, we can't keep going like this. We get enough crazy people wanting nuclear weapons, and it's going to start proliferate. You'll have some guy having nuclear weapons, and he's going to just set one off because he's a psycho, and this is not going to be good. And I began to see all the power of biological and chemical weapons. I said, we're not going to be able to save ourselves from ourselves. We have enough psychopaths that all this technology could be our ruin. We might say that 99% of the population would not want to be lighting off nuclear weapons and being in a nuclear war, but some psycho terrorist feels that this is a service to Allah or whatever deity or whatever cause he's devoting himself to, and it's going to set one of these babies off. And I do have to admit, when I was in 6th grade, I was when I was in sixth grade, I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed to admit this. I wanted to learn how to build an atomic bomb. Okay, so here's this 12-year-old kid, and this is before the internet, and I was going to the library. I said, I want to learn how to build one of these babies. And of course, I had my chemistry sets, and I did have problems. I had kind of pyromaniacal tendencies, and you know, I was thinking I'd like to Ronald Reagan. We're gonna fight the Sandinistas. I need to build a weapon system to fight these bad guys. And so I started building I started doing experiments with rockets. Now, of course, I was just a 16-year-old kid. I didn't know anything. And so I started building this rocket engine, and it was in a metal casing. I didn't know anything about what I was doing. Now, I said, I'm going to pressurize this baby. The thing exploded. I was hospitalized for 2 days. Okay, so that's a little bit about me. And so, a lot of times you're just not processing what you're getting involved in. And so that kind of expressed itself when I was a defense contractor. But began to think this is, it wasn't quite as simple as I was brought up. Like, it's the good guys and the bad guys. And you begin to realize, what if I'm on the team of the bad guys now? And what if you did have good intentions, but this technology falls into the wrong hands? And I said, Jimmy Carter, you're a Christian, but you're stupid. You're absolutely stupid. You're lobbying to get nuclear reactors for Iran and North Korea. You're a total bozo. Could you not see where this was going? And and God bless Lon Solomon, but he spoke too fondly. God bless Lon Solomon, my former pastor. He spoke too fondly of Jimmy Carter. That's the only thing I really did not like in his sermons. He was speaking fondly of Jimmy Carter. Anyway, so I began to think of this. I said, Lord, this leads to my Christian walk now. It's like, Lord, we can't save ourselves. It's becoming so obvious. The planet's going to be overpopulated if we keep going at this rate. We're talking like 500,000 years from now. What if the population is now 8 billion and it goes to 1 trillion? We went from like 8 people all the way to 8 billion. Okay? If you multiply, if we go at that rate from 8 to 8 people to 8 billion, and now it's going to be 8 billion, which I can't even process how big that number is. It's just not going to be sustainable. So for a while, it's like, well, we need to go out in outer space. That'd be really cool. We need to re-engineer everything. And so I said, okay, I want to go, I always loved the aerospace industry, and that was where I was in defense. I said, that's the next frontier. We're going to solve our problems. We're engineers, and we're going to make the world a paradise. And again, I was a Christian, but there are just things I didn't reconcile. I had a hard time being in church, and they're just talking about preaching, and that's where I was really troubled. It's like, oh, just sharing the gospel. That's what you need to do. I'm just like, I'm being flooded with the gospel, and frankly, you guys are just not helping me in my walk with God. So why do I think you going out there to foreign countries is going to be any better? At least as an engineer, we can actually solve real problems rather than running our mouths. No offense intended, but that's how I was perceiving things. It's like, I want to be able to, help provide clean water and get people fed. We can do that. You running your mouth isn't going to do this. And that was my attitude. Okay, maybe it was a wrong attitude, but it's like, all this investment in the church culture of like, just to me, that's what it looked like. Run your mouth, and that's glorifying God. I was like, no, I'm going to try to feed the poor, heal the sick by advancing technology. I mean, that, I have a very secular attitude, but so you could see kind of this kind of conflict of feelings inside. It's like, why is it that in the church culture they're glorifying just preaching? I mean, aren't there people like me who are thinking about solutions? And it's like, yeah, okay, so I went into civil aviation, worked for the MITRE Corporation, the Center for Advanced Aviation System Development. And I was like, okay, this isn't exactly what I wanted, but, helping people get point A to point B safely is an important thing. And on the side, I was thinking, yeah, Lord, if we could just get people to appreciate technology and move forward, we could end poverty. It's not about more government programs. And so I was really caught up in that, and life was starting to get good. And I was forgetting about, I'd almost put out of my mind kind of the horrors that had happened to my family. I mentioned my aunt being murdered. I said, okay, God's a good God. He's going to help me live happily ever after on this earth. Okay, so all right, I'm sorry I have to say that, but that's to some extent, you get all these Christian books and they're just saying, okay, this is how you fix your marriage, this is how you get your career, and you know what God's will is, etc. I mean, there's definitely, those are the books that really sold. And then my dad died in 2003, and then I was like, oh my goodness, is Christ really real? I mean, I prayed for Dad so long, and he didn't get healed. And I said, those atheists have some pretty good arguments here, and they're really critical of what I'm learning in Christianity. And I began to have just doubts. So, and then I'd ask, and I'd be treated badly. It's just like, why are you treating me so? Why are my fellow parishioners here in the congregations treating me terrible? One, I'd raise tough questions. And now looking back, it said in Jude, be merciful on the doubting. These people were in violation of God's law, for one thing. What I felt would have been a good answer is if they didn't know what to say, they'd say, Sal, you have a good question. I don't have an answer. But a lot of times they'd just turn it around. They'd say, your commitment to God isn't good enough. You're obviously sinning. And all that may be true, but it still didn't heal me where I was. That wasn't being merciful. And so I nearly left the Christian faith. I probably had bouts of agnosticism. I'd say, yeah, there are probably a couple of days there where I said, I'm probably not a Christian. I just don't believe this anymore. But that didn't last long, maybe just a few days. And God began pulling me back. And, I did say when I was much younger, like 15, maybe even 12, 13, I had a vision. I said, I don't know what to do with that. I just know that the world seems like a really broken place, and how can a good God let my dad die? He had just accepted Christ only 10 years earlier. 1991, 2000, yeah, about 10 years earlier. And like, God, don't you want us to live happily ever after? I don't get it. And of course I'd ask questions like in the church, why would God allow this? And they said, well, no, God didn't allow it. Man sinned. That's why it's so bad. And I'm just like, well, that's not quite the answer I was wanting, because then why did God let the snake into the Garden of Eden? And believe it or not, it was only maybe 4 years ago I finally got the explanation crystallized in my mind. Now, thankfully, I had a good Presbyterian pastor, Jack Lash, who alluded to it a little bit. And I don't quite remember everything, but that was the seed. And it would be me remembering one thing my voice teacher, like I said, I love music. I really didn't want to go into engineering, but so music first, maybe engineering second. I remember what she said, and she was a muscular dystrophy patient. And so there she was teaching me how to sing, and she'd be there in her wheelchair glorifying God and singing praises to God. God bless her. God rest her soul. She passed away in 2012. I remember when I was a defense contractor and going to school, and I'd be taking voice lessons with her. That was just insane. You know how we sign up to do stupid things? I was going to work full time. I was going to school full time and taking voice lessons. Just insane. My body took a lot of punishment because I didn't get enough sleep. But anyway, I remember being there and saying, Gwen, don't understand. I'm, one day I said, I'm about to leave the Christian faith. Now looking back, I realize why. As an engineer, you tend to believe things you can understand, you can control and repeat. You know, you have a very skeptical mindset, even of especially of yourself. It's like, yeah, I make mistakes. I need to double check. And so you just have a mindset. And then you believe in things when you can repeat them on demand, And I said, miracles you can't repeat on demand. It's harder to believe. It's like God kind of does things when he wants to, not when you want to. But it was difficult to accept that. I just like anything, I can trust things that I can control. I can trust things I can control and that I can understand. And it's only now recently I realized that's the source of where I struggled in my Christian faith. So I was then I said, Gwen, I'm just about ready to leave. I'm studying science and I do science every day. And I just, this whole thing in believing in God, like I'd like to be able to call out to him and he responds. And, sometimes I feel like I'm praying to a brick wall. I don't remember that I said that exactly. I said, I'm just at the end of my rope. And, God gave her the wisdom I needed at that point. She said, Sal, if you leave, where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? If you leave the Christian faith, where are you going to go? I was just like stunned. And that echoes the words, which I found out later, John 6:8. Peter said, Jesus asked Peter and the apostles, are you all going to leave me? And Peter said, where else shall we go? You have words of eternal life. So Gwen, my voice teacher, here it was. I was now an engineer and just moving forward in my career, and I had all this scientific knowledge. She just stopped me in my tracks. She said, Sal, where are you going to go? And that's stayed with me even up to 2003. When I nearly left the faith, I said, yeah, where am I going to go? And so I was reading all this atheist literature, trying to wrestle with it. And I said, so I asked them, where do you guys have meaning, purpose? And they, I love their skepticism, but then they had no answer. And I said, I'll take what little scraps of faith I have and my reasons for believing, and I'm going to go with it because, no offense to you atheists, but you have nothing to offer me, even if you're right. But if you're wrong, you have everything to lose. And if the Christians are right, and I follow the Christian way, I have everything to gain. I have nothing to gain with you guys. Some of them are really nice people. One of them he ran the website Positive Atheism. I forgot his name, and I just I actually thanked him. I said, I really appreciate your skepticism and the questions you ask, because I felt more free to raise tough questions in that environment than I did in the church. And I said, now looking back, the church needs to be a little bit more comfortable and welcoming of tough questions. And even if they can't answer it, and this is how I treat people that ask me tough questions that I can't answer. I said, what I'll say is, that's a great question. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you. That's what I try to do, because the experience for me, a lot of the Christians turn it back and say, you obviously have some issues with God, and they'll list that, are you trying to be friendly with the world, or, do you have rage issues? And I'm just like, how do I know that Jesus is real? And they'll say, it says right here in the Bible. I'm just like, okay, guys, that's circular reasoning. Don't deal with me like that. What I've learned to say now is also, I don't have a good answer for you. Maybe God will show you and you can teach me. Maybe God will show you. And so that's kind of been like, okay, so I didn't get a lot of church support, but I remember one thing I did, and that was, James says, if you're double-minded, don't expect anything, that God will answer your prayers. He said, God expects faith when you pray. And if you're doubting, don't expect anything. I'm just like, Lord, that's kind of tough. That's kind of tough, because I'm asking for faith and I'm doubting. It's like, should I expect anything? I do believe God will still hear you, but there's something about faith and trust that is stronger. And so, how do you get around that? And this is, I haven't gotten, uh, while mom was in the hospital before, and that was only days before she passed, I did start writing work on my book, Cures for Doubting Thomas. And I'm going to I need to get that book finished. The main principle I got that I wanted to articulate is faith. Jesus Christ is the author and finisher of our faith. Jesus Christ is the author and finisher of our faith. And I saw that especially in the account of the Last Supper, where Jesus says, Simon Peter, to Simon Peter, he said, Jesus was telling him before the cock crows, you're going to deny me 3 times. And then, there's an exchange there. And somewhere in that exchange, Jesus says, I have prayed for you, Simon, that your faith may not fail. I have prayed for you that your faith may not fail. So going back to that passage in James where I'm wrestling with doubts and I'm just like, yeah, Lord, this is a catch-22 situation. It's like, if I don't have faith, I shouldn't expect that you'll answer my prayer to give me faith. But it says in James 5:16, confess your faults to one another. Confess your faults to one another so that you may be healed. I thankfully found a group of Christians who weren't confrontational. When I confessed that I'm struggling with something, they didn't pounce on me. They didn't argue with me. Didn't try to do an apologetics lecture or anything. In fact, they wouldn't know. They were just humble people that wouldn't know anything about kind of the creation science, apologetics, and intelligent design, etc., and organic chemistry and archaeology. None of that. Humble, sincere people. Because it says there in James 5:16, confess your faults to one another so that you may be healed. The effectual, fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. And I was thinking, yeah, Lord, I need to find a group of righteous people. They can help me fix this. The body of Christ on earth is the church. If Jesus prayed for Peter, an apostle, for his faith, how much more do any of us need the prayers of the Lord on our behalf? And I went to that group and said, I'm at the end of my rope, and I don't have it in me. I can't just force myself to believe. That's not the way I'm wired. The way that I believe is like, okay, so I build a device and it works. We test it. That's how I know that I can trust it. But of course, the things that you build can't give you salvation. It's, you build a light switch, you can trust it to do that job. It can't cure your deepest needs, but it's good enough for that job. And so I said that. I just confessed it before that whole group. And now I realize my understanding of that command, confess your faults to one another. You can confess it to God when you're just one-on-one. But when you confess it to a group of people, you really mean business. You are declaring you're in bad straits. You need God to fix it. And so that's what I say is the cure for doubting Thomas. It's that simple. Confess your needs to righteous people. If they give you a hard time and start condemning you in violation of Jude that says, be merciful to the doubting, I'd suggest you probably don't interact with those people to help you. They may be good Christian brothers to help you in other things, but that'll actually be pretty damaging because people like that never helped my faith. But this group did. They didn't say anything except, Sal, we love you, be with us. Sal, we love you, be with us. And so this went on for 2 years. And that was my journey into apologetics. So this monologue is going longer than I thought, and we went into some territories I didn't expect. But I just, let me just share some of these beautiful verses here. Matt's Isaiah 42:3. A bruised reed he will not break, and a smoldering wick he will not snuff out. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. And let me just scroll through the comments here. I can't really multitask very Um, I can't multitask, and so I probably missed a lot of wonderful comments. Uh, oh, this is our resident Navy SEAL, MSGT, Master Sergeant, who said like who said he liked blowing things up because he got chemistry set as a kid. Sergeant Muldoon Aldenova was actually in UDT, forerunner of the SEALs, underwater demolition teams. Yes, I did like blowing things up. I had a fireworks collection that got the fire marshal called to our house. I was just, um, yeah. Um, uh, Back in the days, our walls were stronger than our swords. Today, our weapons are so much more powerful than our defenses that the only defense is the threat of offense. And yes, thank you for this. And megatons. Um, Roughly 1 megaton, maybe on the range of maybe 300 kilotons. If I don't know the figures. So a single Trident missile has like 10 to 20 different warheads, and so let's say each are just like say 100 kilotons, 100,000. Yeah, 100,000. 1/10 of a megaton. But it's very, very precise, and it will hit a city very precisely. So, not that I have the numbers really off the top of my head, but a boomer with 24 missiles, and each of those missiles has at least 10 um, multiple targeting, multiple warheads. That's 240 cities that one of these boomers can take out. That can do some serious damage. So, yeah, one boomer could probably take out a whole country. It'll wipe out enough infrastructure. We found this out, if I may say this. Um, uh, when we nearly had that meltdown, and that's the one where Ben Bernanke and um, Hank Paulson were the derivatives, the financial the 2008 meltdown with all the derivatives and these. I used to know the name offhand what they were, because I also do, I was fascinated with the financial industry, and that's another story. Um, they had these things, and one little hiccup in one financial center started to trigger all this, and hitting out. You may think, oh, they're thousands of cities. Why would 240 be devastating? If we knocked out New York, for example, if one bomb hit New York, that's our financial center. It's just like, okay, so you have a healthy body, but then you knock out a nerve center, like say in your spine, you could paralyze, you could kill someone, you can kill the entire world economy like that. So that would be very devastating to a country. And then now that our economies are all integrated, even a small nuclear war could set up such a financial panic, it would be the end of civilization as we know it. In fact, it was either Ben Bernanke or Hank Paulson in that 2008 meltdown where people were saying, they said we could lose civilization as we know it. Tomorrow there won't be any civilization because um, all the contracts and the way we understand the rule of law would be gone, and we wouldn't know what would happen. They really felt that, and I believe that too. And sadly, this means that the fear of nuclear war, the weapons, it will move forward the idea of a one world government. and there'll be tremendous political power that has to be concentrated because people do not want a nuclear war and civilization to end. And so everything that I see just in terms of the pure politics and the economics and the financial need and the integrated economies, that there will be a one world government, and also primarily because of the threat of nuclear war. People will be craving. And so it's like, didn't the Lord say that? Didn't the Lord teach that to a fisherman named John in the book of Revelation? That there would be a one world government where all commerce would be controlled. At the time, that probably was unthinkable, but now it's becoming inevitable. And the Lord had foreseen this. And I just tremble. I say, Lord, Jesus said, and this is a prayer I've been praying a lot. He said, pray that you'll be able to escape all these things, all these terrible things. Pray that you'll be able to escape, have the strength to escape all these things and stand before the Son of Man. And so I've been praying that prayer a lot. And I'll just say it right now. Lord, give myself and my brothers and sisters and your church the strength to escape all these things. Help us to be righteous before you, that we may stand worthy before the Son of Man on Judgment Day. Please be with us. Help us. It's so obvious these things are happening. So I don't know where my train of thought was. I was just scrolling through the comments, and thank you all. This is just a fun time, and it's great seeing everyone in the chat, and we can hang out. So I know how this all started. Someone was asking how much can a boomer take out. They can take care of a country, and if I don't know how many of these boomers we have floating around, but we have enough. We could wipe out Russia now that China's there. We could probably wipe them out. I mean, we probably, at the time in the 80s when I was tracking this, they said, well, yeah, the Russian population's like ballpark figure 200 million. We'll kill about 160 million of them. It's like, and so people were like, well, that's not quite enough. We need to up that number. And so, yeah, this is really scary. We are living in luxury and safety like we've never known. In the 80s, definitely, and even in the 90s, things are getting kind of scary now. But I was just like, Lord, things could melt down real fast. And I've been like, oh, Lord, yeah, when I was younger, I just thought all this stuff is really cool, and now it's really scary. All this stuff, like Sandy, like Dr. Pigeon, like Sandy said, there's that sergeant in the green beret. He just likes watching things go boom. Yeah, Master Sergeant Muldoon. Yeah, unfortunately, that was me. I just like fireworks display, but when we think about these fireworks that can kill people, yeah, I'm not for that. I'm not that kind of psychopath. I just like, I like the fireworks display, just pretty colors and just hearing the noise. That's the extent of it. I don't like, I saw some of the pictures of these poor children, victims at Hiroshima. I said, that part I don't like. That is totally heartbreaking, and I'm not into that. But so now I am scared. The military complexes that humans have built, and I now read the book of Revelation, and I said, isn't it ironic? They talk about all the plagues and all the wars, and half the human population being wiped out. And I'm like, yeah, Lord, I don't know how this is going to play out, but humans have right now the power to unleash plagues. We have the genetic engineering and the stupidity to make stuff like this. I mean, COVID would be nothing compared to what we might be able to make. And I've often suspected that all the labs, that this is maybe even in the United States, we're devising these bioterror weapons in the name of protecting us. What if it goes wrong? What if you can't stop it? And I worked for a genetic engineer, and I remember um, I feel free to share this because Dr. Sanford and Dr. Carter were calling me and saying, "Hey Sal, can you recommend a journal?" I'm like, "What the heck do I know?" Because it was like John and I, Dr. Sanford and I, were trying to push papers through peer reviewed, so they figured, yeah, Sal might know what journals to avoid. And just like, yeah, I can tell you which journals to avoid. And they were saying, well, okay, can you get us in a preprint? And I said, oh yeah, I could recommend preprints. They'll let you publish all over. Some of them are not very have a terrible reputation like Vcra, but you can get in Vcra easily. And there's also WebMed Central. And I said, how about try preprints? I don't think you can get Chem Archive. So the conversation came up, and they said, well, you know, we wanted to comment on genetic engineering and bioterror weapons. I haven't. I need to find out if they had actually released this. And I said, John, you're a genetic engineer, and Dr. Sanford, his process created a lot of the. If you go to your grocery stores and you think about all the GMOs, that's through Dr. Sanford's invention. And like I know, I realized then it began to be kind of uncomfortable to talk about that I worked for a creationist who invented the gene gun, because GMOs have gotten a very bad reputation. And like a lot of things, I think it can be used for good and bad. And then I think genetically modified organisms that make foods, they actually made them safer. Like corn doesn't have all the worms it used to because they made BT corn. Unfortunately, some creatures evolved to kind of now start putting worms back. The BT corn is not able to resist those worms. It was really nice to be able to eat corn that didn't have worms. Anyway, and I said, Dr. Sanford, it actually has surprised me. We haven't had more incidents of diseases. Given what we can do, we've opened Pandora's box basically. And he said, yeah, there's a lot of dangerous stuff going on now with genetic engineering, and particularly in these disease experiments. The plant thing is marginally benign, but this stuff with pathogens that can invade humans, it's scary. So when you read about the plagues in Revelation, it's like, okay, is this going to be through our own doing? When you read about the wars, and as I hear the descriptions in Revelation of how people die, where all the creatures in the sea die, I'm just like, yeah, if we have nuclear weapons, and particularly these high radiation weapons going off in the sea, it's going to kill all life there. And I'm like, Lord, that began to tell me we cannot hope in man. We cannot affect our salvation. We can't even take care of ourselves, because our own human nature. I was seeing it with the election of Clinton, and especially with the election of all the guys we have in Congress now, AOC, Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders. Um, just we can't save ourselves from our own incompetence and stupidity. And it's like, yeah, I can even look at myself. I can't save myself from myself. My body's wearing down, and I wrestle with my own. I wrestle. Yeah, Sal, I'm sorry to tell you all that. Sorry to tell you all that. And that, the Christian message. I read Revelation. It's tough, and I've been thinking about this. And my professor in computer science said, yeah. He said, this would be a great simulation to run. You put all the parameters, it's called the limits of growth. And so these MITs guys were doing calculations. He said, this would be a great thing for you all to do. Just calculate when the human race is going to go extinct. And you're calculating all the 40 parameters of what can go wrong, like, when resources run out, et cetera, et cetera. Just like, yeah. And he was so excited about it. Uh, yeah, that's Dr. Bodigal there when I was in my computer science curriculum. I'm sorry. So this has driven me. It's been sobering. Um, I said, there are no answers in atheism. Only Jesus can get us out of this. And so that's been my prayer recently. He said, pray always. Pray always that you'll have strength to escape all these things, all these troubles, that you may be able to stand before the Son of Man. And so I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we have high technology and we have idiots running the world with their fingers on the buttons of these things. This is not a recipe for the human race advancing. And then so we also have genetic entropy. Even the evolutionary biologists like Michael Lynch are saying we're going to have irreversible damage to our genome. And but ironically, all that bad news is actually confirmation of the Gospels that there's humanity could not have been here for very long. Therefore, the genealogy of Jesus Christ can be seen as trustworthy, and the Gospels are true. Because if our genomes are decaying this quickly, there's no way that we could have evolved from primate ancestors. That it had to be a literal, just as it said in Luke, in a literal reading of Luke chapter 3, which I read yesterday. And that is our Christian hope. So let me now I'll try to briefly go through all the things on the docket because it's already 1 hour and 47 minutes. So John Polkinghorne. When I put this show together, I was like, oh my goodness, all the names I listed are physicists. So that was my background. So I was computer science. My first degree is in computer science. And then I worked on a degree in electrical engineering with a minor in music, and then a degree in mathematics with a minor in physics. Because all of this is tied together. You had the computer science, and that led, I really kind of liked electrical engineering because I wanted to build gizmos. And in electrical engineering, it ended up being very math and physics heavy. And so that was my journey into physics. And so John Polkinghorne, and you'll see he's wearing a collar, but he's like the coolest guy because he is also here's a picture of Dr. Polkinghorne. He's also a physicist. He's a quantum and particle physicist. I heard about him listening, ironically, to Ravi Zacharias. He said, Polkinghorne, Polkinghorne. I said, and this was an example of someone who's a scientist who's also a Christian. So he retired from being a physicist because he said he can't do the math anymore. So he retired to become a Christian minister in the Anglican Church. Now, he's a theistic evolutionist. He hates young earth creationists. But you know what? He helped me in my Christian walk. I read his Gifford lectures, which is a miserable read because his writing style is just utterly horrible. But I said, I'll listen to him because he's a scientist. I want to hear how you can be a scientist and believe in Jesus Christ. Because like I said, I was wrestling with this. It's like, I can believe things I can control, replicate, and understand. The Christian faith is putting your trust in a God that is beyond your comprehension. So you're not going to understand everything he does. In fact, you'll understand very little because your mind is not going to be able to comprehend it. You certainly can't control him. He's not going to be an on-demand God. A lot of these atheists, it's like, I'll believe in God, let me run an experiment and he shows up. They don't explicitly say that, but that's what they say. Because I asked them, what would it take for you to believe? He said, we need to do something scientific. We need scientific proof. And I said, okay, that means you're going to run an experiment and then God will show up in that experiment and do what you want, how you want, how many times. I said, I get that because I believe in something scientifically when I can do that, when it can do what I want, how I want, in the way that I predict. in the way that I understand. But if you could do that with God, then you're God yourself. That's not going to happen. God has his own will. Any intelligent agency is not going to be beholden to be enslaved, especially someone like God. They have their own will. And that's something some atheists can't come to terms with. Randolph Richardson was asked, an atheist, he debated John Maddox. He was asked, what would it take for you to believe in God? He said, let me be omnipotent and omniscient for just 2 weeks. And I was like, yeah, that means you're going to be equivalent to God. And I said, I totally get that, because I've often said the sufficient condition to believe in God is to be God yourself. But we mortal finite beings are not going to be God. We can't prove everything. We have to be, as Jesus said, like little children entering the kingdom of God. A little child does not have all the answers. He has to trust what's given to him. And so I wanted to hear what Polkinghorne had to say. And he said, Jesus is very powerful. He has a very powerful character in very powerful. I can't believe someone actually read the Gifford lectures. Oh my goodness, Mats, you are a scholar and gentleman. God bless you. So there were Polkinghorne gave the Gifford lectures and about God and science, and it was a miserable read. It's like I can't understand half of what you're trying to communicate, Dr. Polkinghorne, but he had some gems, maybe one or two sentences out of the entire book. He said the ultimate atheism puts human wishes above reality. He was saying, the religious faith can be comfort in time of death, but unless it's true, it doesn't count for anything. He said the ultimate atheism is putting human wishes above reality. I'm like, okay, I appreciate. I mean, that's how Polkinghorne writes. It's like, what's your point? What's your point? And what I think his point was is that his approach to Christianity is this isn't just some story that I give people to make them feel better. It's not a story I accept just to make me feel better. It has to be grounded in truth. A religion that is just basically wishful thinking doesn't. That's the ultimate atheism. A religion that is just an expression of your wishful thinking is the ultimate atheism. And then that reminded me, and I want to thank Patrick Alexander for this quote. C.S. I can find it. Top 10 C.S. Lewis quotes. And let me see if I could find this. Oh, and they don't, it's okay. It's having a hard time showing all the top 10 quotes, and it may not be the quote that I really wanted. I should have had this earlier, but it only hit me. And I know Patrick Alexander would know this one because he's the one who told me it. And let me see if I could find it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This was the quote where C.S. Lewis said, uh, Christianity is not that sort of religion. It's kind of inconvenient because it has a lot of things that you don't like. It has exactly the characteristics of something that is factual. It, it is not the religion of wishful thinking. And I do sincerely apologize because everyone has kind of like their own version of the top 10 C.S. Lewis quotes because he had many quotable things. And And I used to be able to just search. I'm going to try one more time, and if I can't find it, I'm going to just quit, and I'll save it maybe for the next for another show. Ah, no, I don't have it. I don't have it. So Patrick, if you're there, if you know it, let's. Quote is in my YouTube channel under discussion. Okay, how do I get to my discussion page? There it is. Thank you. And I have to. God bless you, Patrick. You came through, brother. Thank you, Patrick Alexander. And Patrick was with us yesterday. And so this is how I interpret what Polkinghorne said about the ultimate atheism. A religion that is just an expression of our wishful thoughts is the ultimate atheism. Um, and C.S. Lewis said, if Christianity was something we were making up, of course we could make it easier, but it is not. We cannot compete in simplicity with people who are inventing religions. How could we? We are dealing with fact. Of course, anyone can be simple if he has no facts to bother about. Let me just read that. If Christianity was something we were making up, of course we could make it easier, but it is not. We cannot compete in simplicity with people who are inventing religions. How could we? We are dealing with fact. Of course, anyone can be simple if he has no facts to bother about. Thank you, Patrick. I can't believe you remembered that too, or I could find it. Thank you so much. And so I said, okay, Polkinghorne, this is. I said, you're someone I can trust because I remember when I was going through my time of doubt, and I confessed before my brothers and sisters to pray for me. Well, one girl in the Bible study, after the Bible study was over and we were out in the cafeteria just hanging out at George Mason University, she said, "Why don't you just believe?" And I wanted to be polite. I really wanted to say something snide. I said, "Why don't in my mind I was thinking, girl, what's up with you? Why don't you just believe you have $1 billion? Does that make it true?" But I didn't say that. I just said, well, thank you very much, Jennifer. I appreciate your thoughts. I was thinking, yeah, this is the problem with Christianity. There are a lot of people like that sitting in the pews. Just believe because it makes you feel good. And I said this. I was like, God bless you, Jennifer, but that just doesn't work for me. And this is also at the time we had missionary friends, Heather Mercer, who got captured by the Taliban, and we were getting emails, please pray for Heather Mercer. And I was thinking, Lord, why'd she do something so stupid that she gets herself in a Muslim country and she's going to get killed preaching Jesus? Um, just let those people do what they want. They want to reject the Christian God. Just shake the dust off your sandals because they don't want the Christian God. But she worked a miracle. She was at McLean Bible, by the way. This was in, when would this be? This would be around 2001, 2002 timeframe. Yeah. And so this is also when I was going through my time in doubt, and I was thinking, Lord, the Christian faith is not true. It's immoral to be sending people to their death to die for something that's false. And so it was weighing on my heart. Anyway, just completing the thought on Heather Mercer, we were praying for her, and it's like, Lord, we need a miracle. Well, George Bush Jr. W. He sent all these forces to invade Afghanistan and destroy the Taliban. They rescued Heather Mercer. Miracle. And it came out, Heather gave her story. She got imprisoned because she prayed. A Muslim couple came up to her and said, our daughter has a very terrible eye ailment. And Heather said, can I pray? And the parent said yes. And she prayed in the name of Jesus. The girl's eyes were healed. She was thrown in jail for that. Sentenced to death by the Muslims because she healed the girl in the name of Jesus. And our church here at McLean Bible, was praying for Heather, that God would rescue her. And the Army Rangers came in and rescued her. Praise God. So ironic. Not I'm saying that this is a good thing, but because of 9/11, it caused the nation of the United States to go to war with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Rescued Heather Mercer. Had 9/11 not happened, I think she would have been killed. So as tragic as 9/11 was, God worked it for the good of Heather Mercer. And anyway, so I was talking about Polkinghorne. The other quotable quote by Polkinghorne from the Gifford Lectures, if not, it's in some of his other writings. He said, Christianity is unlike any other religion in that it makes bold historical claims. And I was like, wow. I said, yeah, a lot of these other religions are, it's very philosophical and just like I look at the various Hindu religions, it's just like, how do you know it's true? You just spew out stuff, no proof. And just all these superstitions, and same for some of the religions like in China, and a lot of superstitions. And that's an interesting cultural dynamic there because I was a professional gambler. There was a story of a very skilled gambler. He wrote the book $1 Million. Yeah, he goes by the handle Bob Dancer. That's not his real name, but Bob Dancer. And his first wife was Chinese and had all these superstitions. It's like, okay, you don't play your cards this way if it's a certain suit. And it's like, no, you play it by the numbers, and fighting all that superstition. And I was just like, okay, so I'm seeing that all these other religions are very superstitious, like the Egyptian religions and all those ancient religions that are no longer here, thank God. They got supplanted in large part because of Christianity and then modern science. And I believe modern science is a gift of God. And Polkinghorne was saying Christianity is unlike any other religion because it makes bold historical claims. And I'm like, okay, so what are those? The biggest being the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And of course, I said, yeah, you have all these other religious leaders. You could say, yeah, they got buried. Jesus Christ, the grave's empty. That is the profession of the Christians. The only recourse of people of the other side who are atheists is to have things like Richard Carrier saying, well, that wasn't a historical event, that was fabricated, that was added after the fact, etc., etc. But still, it's a bold historical claim. It's a claim. And so to attack that claim, you have to say, okay, were Peter and Paul not real? Were the church fathers not real? I mean, I remember I was wrestling with this, and I was thinking, okay, I said, okay, how did we get our Bible? And I began to look at it, and it's like, our manuscripts were distributed over a large geographic area. I said, so I could at least say that I can't say that the Bible was made up after 300 AD. So could then invoke Constantine. It's like, well, the church was still in place. So I said, well, we had all these church fathers. They looked like real people, and some of them even Constantine knew in the Roman, in the Roman Empire. And so it's like, yeah, maybe at most this had the story, if it were fabricated, had to be pre-Constantine, 200 AD, 100 AD. And I said, well, how did the story spread throughout this empire? Why would people be motivated to make up a story? It's like, how do you, And then I began to read the epistles, and it's Paul is saying to all these churches specific names of people in the churches. I said that's kind of hard to pull off if you just, you know, um, um, like Paul's epistle to the Romans, chapter 16, lists all these people to greet. And that would be the church that would be subject to persecution by Nero eventually. And I'm like, okay, if a letter goes out to a city like that and you list all these names and they don't exist, that's just not going to work. I said, so how did this begin? Did someone just leave this fiction on a park bench, quote unquote, and someone picked it up and started believing it? I said, it becomes harder and harder to say that Jesus didn't exist. And it says in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 15, if Christ is not raised, then our faith is in vain. The apostles are to be pitied among all people. And, Paul said that why did he wrestle with the wild beasts at Ephesus if Christ is not raised? Why would you suffer for something, a lie that you made up yourself? And it's a lie. Why do you suffer for, people are duped, okay? They might suffer and die for a lie that someone else made up. And we obviously see that with Islam and these people crashing their airplanes into skyscrapers. They're willing to die for a lie that someone else made up. But people aren't willing to die for a lie that they made up, that they know they made up. And that's what Paul was saying. And I said, this is problematic. So we have these apostles. And how is it that, this is a religion that went from Judea without modern transportation and spread across the Roman Empire? What would motivate these people? And I said, yeah, okay, Lord. I was saying, Lord, I don't know why you don't just do business a lot easier. If you just showed up like you did to the people of Israel in Exodus, we wouldn't need any more preachers. And at the time I was feeling that'd probably be a good thing because I don't like half the preachers that were my pastors. I love the other half, but the other half, one half I didn't like. I'm sorry. You could tell I've been traumatized by some of my church experiences. I'm sorry to say that. But still, it's like, well, Lord, you're not quite as obvious to me as I'd like. But on the other hand, you've left enough that I can't run away from. And so that was Polkinghorne's. That was that spark that I needed. Polkinghorne was saying Christianity is different because it makes bold claims about history. So I didn't understand hardly anything else in his book. Oh goodness, it was a painful read of physics and whatever. And I just 99% of that book I couldn't, but that one hit me. And I was willing to read it, not because I thought it was great writing, I thought it was terrible writing, but because of who he was. I said, why give up your career as a physicist to become an ordained priest in the Anglican Church? I said, I need to know more about this guy. He's the sort of guy that can minister to me, who was an engineer and scientist in the aerospace aerospace defense industry. I said, he can help me. And I said, because God bless some of my Christian brothers and sisters, but that girl that was saying, just believe. I'm just like, that didn't do it for me. Polkinghorne got me thinking. And Matt's here says, fascinating the way that these evolutionary views of the Old Testament, then the New Testament sprung up right after Darwin. Then, bored and numb, scholars moved on to Shakespeare authorship question. So you have evolutionary, the ways that the evolutionary views of the Old Testament, then the New Testament sprung up. Okay, so they had all these, I would presume that's criticism of the New Testament. Then scholars moved on to Shakespeare authorship question. Yeah, So anyway, I said, this is just like what happened with Sandy Pigeon when he was like at the end of his rope and his son took him to church, to McLean Bible Church, to hear Lon Solomon preach. And Lon Solomon preached on evidences of Hezekiah and was talking about archaeology of all things. Archaeology and architecture. Architecture and archaeology. How's that for turning someone's life around because you heard a sermon on archaeology and architecture? The architecture of the tunnels Hezekiah built. That turned around someone's life. And it's just because of, just like what Polkinghorne said, his Christianity is different from the other religions because it makes bold historical claims. You know, some people say, okay, what's different about Christianity? They'll talk about theology. One time an elder, God bless him, he said, what's different about Christianity? I said, it makes bold historical claims. He said, nah, that's not what I was headed. I was really offended. I'm still kind of offended about that. I said, every religion makes different claims about theology, but only one religion makes bold historical claims. Starting with real people, Paul, Peter, the apostles, and then the genealogy of Jesus Christ. Luke chapter 3 is my favorite passage in the Bible because it makes a bold historical claim, one that touches on biology, genetics, physics, geology. It makes the literal interpretation, and God bless my old earth creationist brothers, but if that literal interpretation is shown to be true based on scientific evidence, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. We've not, I served the young earth community as a researcher because we haven't figured it all out. There's still problems in the young earth model, but the trend has been favorable. As the evidence has come in, I'm just like, Lord, I'm more encouraged. And we don't necessarily have to prove the earth is young. We need to prove, we need to show, if it's sufficient to show that humanity's young, that would elevate the credibility of the Gospels right there. And then all the other passages in the Bible that are framed around that genealogy, which is basically the whole Bible. Because then Abraham's real, Noah is real. And so that verse, that passage in, that passage in Polkinghorne's writings moved me, and it's defined the way that I approach Christianity. I said, we may not have all the facts that we would like, certainly more than any other religion. We certainly have more than theists have, because there's no answers in atheism. And that's why, that's what I try to communicate on this channel. And Andrew Kaufman, greetings, brother. And we are doing fine. I'm having a great time. You missed my rant on Haiti, on the U.S. invasion of Haiti, and all their social justice programs in Haiti that have continued to make that that place just a miserable place. And we're seeing that the political powers that be want to make the U.S. into a model it after Venezuela and Haiti. So you missed my rant. I was talking about my Defense Department days. So with Polkinghorne next on the docket, and I'm just going to cover Omri. And I'd like to just say, as I go through the Bible, I say, I'm just going to, in the age of Google, I'm just going to type in names of people that I hear. Like when I'm going through the Old Testament, I'll just see if there happens to be any archaeological find. And granted, we're not able to confirm everyone, but here's an example. So when we're reading about the uh, the kings of Israel, you'll hear the name Omri come up. Of course, we know Jezebel. Everyone should know Jezebel. Jezebel was married to wicked Jezebel was married to Ahab. Ahab was um, uh, a descendant of Omri. So again, Christianity is different from every other religion because it makes bold claims about history. It's claiming that Omri was a real person. So let's look at this. You can just, I encourage people studying the Christian faith. You can look at Wikipedia, which isn't exactly the bastion of Christianity. Um, Wikipedia will sometimes offer a lot of secular opinions at variance of Christianity, and therefore, just take it for what it's worth. It'll criticize it, but then it'll also say things that affirm the Christian faith. So I just Googled Omri. So this is the Wikipedia entry on Omrides, House of Omri. So let me just read this. The Omrids, or House of Omri, were a ruling dynasty of the Kingdom of Israel, founded by King Omri, according to the Bible. The Omride rulers of Israel were Omri, Ahab, Ahaziah, and Jehoram. Ahab's daughter, or perhaps sister, Athaliah, also became queen regent of the kingdom of Judah. 5 Assyrian records, some of which with known duplicates, are known to refer to either land of Omri, house of Omri. An archaeological reference to Omri and his unnamed son is found in the Mesha stele, the only Northwest Semitic inscription known to reference this name. And let's just look at the Mesha stele. The Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone, is a stela dated around 840 BCE, a significant Canaanite inscription in the name of King Mesha of Moab. And see what the stela says. Okay, so this is the viewpoint from the Moabite religion and talking about their wars. I am Mesha, son of Chemosh Gad, king of Moab, the Dibonite. And I do believe I've heard the name Dibon in the Old Testament. My father reigned over Moab 30 years, and I have reigned after my father, and I have built this sanctuary for Chemosh in Karka, a sanctuary of salvation. For he saved me from all aggressors and made me look upon all mine enemies with contempt. Omri was king of Israel and oppressed Moab during many days, and Chemosh was angry with his aggressions. His son succeeded him, and he also said, I will oppress Moab. In my days, he said, let us go, and I will see desire upon him and his house. And Israel said, I shall destroy it forever. Now Omri took the land of Madeba and occupied it in his day, and in the days of his son 40 years. And Chemosh had mercy on it in my time. And I built Baal Meon and made therein the ditch. And I built Kiriathaim. And the men of Gad dwelled in the country of Ataroth from the ancient times. And the king of Israel fortified Ataroth. I assaulted the wall and captured it, and killed all the warriors of the city, well pleasing of Chemosh and Moab. And I removed it from it all the spoil, and offered it before Chemosh in Kirjath. And I placed therein the men of Siran and the men of Mokrath. And Chemosh said to me, go take Nebo against Israel. And I went in the night, and I fought against it from the break of day until noon, till I took it, and I killed all 7,000 men. But I did not kill the women and the maidens, for I devoted them to Ashtar Chemosh. And I took from it the vessels of Jehovah, and offered them before Chemosh. And the king of Israel fortified Jahaz and occupied it, when he made war against me, and Chemosh drove him out before me. And I took from Moab 200 men in all, and placed them in Jahaz, and took it to annex Dibon. I built Karka, the wall of the forest, and the wall of the hill. I built the gates, and I built the towers. I could go on. This is fascinating to me. I could really go on. But you could actually see, as I read this, I said, these were real. Moab was at war with Israel. And they're naming Omri. I'm just like, this brings this to life. We are reading archaeological accounts from the opposing armies. And this is just hard to run away from. People say, are you a Christian? I said, this is one of the reasons. Because if the Bible is so accurate to list these names, it's like it stands to reason that maybe the other names are real too. I was reading the Gospel of Luke is listing the genealogy, the parallel genealogy that involves the kings of Judah is in Matthew, but then that corresponds with the things in the Old Testament where it's the genealogy of the kings of Judah, and then parallel to that is the genealogies of the kings of Israel, like Omri. And I'm like, this is hard to run away from. And then you have, in the midst of this, you have, after Omri, sometime later, the king Hezekiah. And I'm just like, Lord, this is starting to hold, the account is just starting to hold a little too much water if you want to deny it. And then I've given other reasons that I believe in Christianity. It's what Jesus has done in people's lives. That has always been a very powerful witness to me. And then this is just, yeah. Oh, Alex Cox. Yes. The Moabites were ancestors of Lot, Abraham's cousin. Yeah. Now we have. So what are critics of the Bible going to say? Are these people that were listed never real? And I need to find out. I need to find this out. When was Stella discovered? The stone was discovered. Hang on, let me turn this on. The stone was discovered intact by Frederick Augustus Klein, an Anglican missionary, at the site of ancient Dibon in August 1868. So we see Darwin was 1859 as the origin species. Around that time were all these higher criticisms talking about the Bible, trying to just rip it up as being mythological. And so we're having all these archaeological discoveries. It might have been really easy to dismiss these as fabrications and fantasies and fairy tales. But then we had, in that 19th century, right when it was the peak of all this higher criticism and just trying to rip the Bible up, you have these discoveries, these stones out there, and they don't lie. You don't have huge architectural works of Hezekiah, being discovered. What do you do about that? It's not like that's an archaeological artifact you can just kind of forge. I mean, it's just laid out there in the city. And my, there's about the 5 porticos in the Gospel of John. They're trying to criticize the Gospel of John, and you find the 5 porticos. When Jesus was healing the man stricken in his feet, and it describes the 5 porticos, and that was discovered like in the last 200 years. And then you had William Ramsey, who I mentioned yesterday. They're doubting the book of Luke, and then the fine scholar, found all these things affirming Luke, and we can go over that. Sandy Pigeon said we might talk about New Testament, and then you have the Old Testament, and you have Omri, and it just goes on and on and on. And Jesus had a question here. Yosal, in some of the biblical accounts, you see people living for hundreds of years. Uh, what do you happen? I think what do you happen to our DNA? Um, to our DNA, our just briefly. So we had Methuselah living long. I'd studied this disease. Nuclear lamin A creates, if there's damage to that single gene and it affects a gene that um, the nucleus in our cells, slight damage to that gene will cause the nucleus not to form right. It causes premature aging, a single gene. So that means someone will live 5 times less with a single gene being affected. There could be genes that might have allowed us to live to be 1,000 and really before the fall to live forever. You shut off a few of those genes, you could cut the lifespan easily then by a factor of 5, just from that example of nuclear lamin A. And we have creatures that live forever. If you don't kill them, they never age, like the Hydra. And that's been a mystery. It's like, it's certainly possible a creature could live physically forever if it's not killed, if it's fed and taken care of. It just doesn't age. And that's been one of the outstanding problems in evolutionary biology. Why do we age? Because it looks like genomes of all these creatures certainly have the potential to live forever, and yet they age. The Bible gives us an explanation. The Bible gives us an explanation. God's curse. God's curse. Yes, please hit that like button. Uh, I forgot to mention that. I don't do enough self-promotion, so thank you. Thank you. Even if you guys aren't enjoying this stream, I'm enjoying the stream, just talking about what God has done for his people to assure us that he's there. And I know that I was getting down kind of that really scary route when I was talking about Revelation. And this is encouraging. May these evidences and reasons for the Christian faith encourage us in these scary times. And Jesus said, when you see all these things happening, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. And I need to remind myself. I said, yeah, it's kind of scary for humanity, but for God's people, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. So that was the house of Omri, and I'm not even quite through my docket, not even halfway through. And I'm going to, the next topic I'm going to talk about, because we've been going on almost 3 hours, and this has been a really long monologue. Yes, and yes. Maxwell's equation. So I talked about my journey in the Department of Defense, contracting, and I said I flunked out of school and then became a musician. I said I'm not going to do anything technical, and God called me back. I ended up doing computer science, and I got interested in electrical engineering because I actually wanted to build toys. I said, I don't really want to do computers the rest of my life. I think I want to build toys and gizmos. And I said, I knew just enough because I took electronics in high school to build some gizmos. I built a toy where it was a balloon, had a propeller. If you shine a light on it, it would float up in the air. So you shine a light on it, floats up in the air. And I said, I want to make toys like that. And I actually did anticipate. I said, there'll come a day when we could have machines that can fly, that are toys. They could fly them with remote control. It'd be very easy. They could hover and do all sorts of things. Of course, that led to the drones, to drones you can just buy in the store. I was building lighter than air, but I said we can micro miniaturize the controls, and I started researching optical electronics to make lightweight controls. And so that's why I could attach these lightweight controls to like these these gift balloons, these party balloons, and you can shine lights on the complex, and you can make it move. I also made one where you can actually fly it around the house like a dirigible, and so that was my spark to study electrical engineering, just to make toys. Okay, so how does this lead to the research of young Earth creationism? I really didn't. I was a terrible student, but I said I really do want to make toys because, you know, um, I don't want to work a regular job. I just want to play all the rest of my life. Okay, and so thankfully I had a job where I was able to uh, build flight simulators, but they're just glorified video games. Happiest job I ever had, and I said I just want to keep building toys. So I studied electrical engineering. So what's next on the docket is James Clerk Maxwell. He, um, it's been said if there were no Einstein, we would say Maxwell, the next Maxwell, because prior to Einstein, Maxwell was the greatest scientist. In fact, Einstein, they said Einstein's three favorite scientists were Isaac Newton, Michael Faraday, and James Clerk Maxwell. If there were no Michael Faraday or James Clerk Maxwell, there would be no modern technology. Michael Faraday figured out how to generate electricity. So just imagine your life without electricity. We knew of electricity prior to Faraday, but he figured out there's Faraday's laws of induction, which allow us to take a wire, you move it through a magnetic field, it creates a potential difference, which allows electricity. And then the reverse of that is a motor. So just imagine life without electricity. That would be life without, if God did not bring us Michael Faraday. Michael Faraday was a devout Christian, very devout Christian, and so was James Clerk Maxwell. And Newton had some very unorthodox Christian beliefs, but he devoted his life to the Bible. So three of the greatest scientists. And this is what I say, do we teach that in our schools? And sadly, do we even mention that even in Christian circles? You know, studying electrical engineering and knowing about these men and knowing that they are Christians, that was a witness to me. A Christian who does great science is a great testimony. And that's why I said some of the church culture, it's like, you need to stop they're almost sometimes denigrating other occupations. It's like, oh yeah, you're not serving the Lord. I'm serving the Lord because I'm a missionary. It's just like, no, you serve the Lord where you are, whether you're a machinist, whether you're a farmer, whether you're a mother. You could be someone who's disabled, who's terminally ill. You can serve the Lord by loving him. And people have gotten saved. Now, I know we have a lot of problems with Biologos, Swami Das, and Francis Collins, but Francis Collins came from a agnostic atheist family. The thing that changed his life, he saw a terminally ill woman, and during his residency as a medical doctor, he's an MD, PhD, and he said the way that she was dying, the peace in her life, he realized all his science couldn't do that. Now, he said, I need that in my life. He became a Christian. That was the spark that led to him becoming a Christian. And so being a great scientist, being excellent in your research, Michael Faraday, Sir Isaac Newton, James Clerk Maxwell ushered modern technology. So this narrative that Christianity is against science, that's a falsehood, especially promoted by the early founders of evolutionary theory like Huxley. It is a lie. These people were motivated to study God's creation. And this is what I say. If you're, atheists are kind of amused by nature, and understandably so because it's made by God. But if you think this is an accident, it's like, okay, so you're really just kind of curious, like what a mindless accident will do. But the Christians prior to Darwin were like, God created this. It declares His glory, and I'm not fascinated to go to a random junkyard. Really, honestly, I mean, maybe that's someone else's thing, but it's not mine. I'm not interested in the results of randomness. As you could see, I was fascinated by all these devices, even the high-speed anti-radiation missile or the A6 intruder. And now looking back, it's like, yeah, not, it really wasn't war that I was fascinated with. It it was the ingenuity. If you know something is made by a genius, you're more likely to study it. And so that was the attitude of a lot of the people prior to Darwin. These things are made to glorify God. And so James Clerk Maxwell, and um, let me show. First, I'll show a picture of him, and then I will show his great work. So this is a colorized portrait of James Clerk Maxwell. He died in his mid-40s of cancer, and then, but he wrote Maxwell's equations. Let's see, he's famous for these, Maxwell's equations. This is the basis. So let me see if they can actually show it here. Bad. Let's see if I'll just do an image search. That's going to be way more efficient. This relates to young Earth creation. But here I was studying electrical engineering, and this is why I was an old Earth creationist for a long time. It was these equations. Um, so this is basically one of the major laws of nature. It's a good approximation. Maxwell's equations. In there, you'll even see here the Maxwell-Faraday equation, Faraday's laws of induction. So you'll see what's really kind of funny about Maxwell's equations. You'll have names like Gauss, and then Faraday, and then Ampere, and then when I was studying electromagnetic theory as part of my curriculum, a student astutely said, well, why do you call it Maxwell's equations? Because you have all these other people there like Coulomb and Gauss and Faraday and Ampere. And the answer is that Maxwell connected all these apparently disparate equations together to unify electromagnetism with optics. So magnetic fields and electric fields, when they vary, they generate. When you vary a magnetic field, you generate an electric field. When you vary an electric field, you generate a magnetic field. And when you have that going together, you have a varying electric and magnetic field. And that's what we call an electromagnetic phenomenon, light or radio waves. He unified optics. He unified the nature of light with magnetism and electricity. That's what these equations do. The basis of modern technology, so much of it is right there. So much of it is right there. And I get a little upset. Now you're going to see a Sal rant here. Sal is going to rant. Why don't they teach that as an example of real science in schools? Why does it have to center around Darwinian evolution that doesn't even work? You want to see a real scientific theory? I'll give you a real scientific theory. Take that, evolutionary biologists. You want to see a real scientific theory? This is a real scientific theory. And I want to say, quit shoving Darwinian garbage down the throats of people. It's not a real scientific theory. You want to see a real scientific theory? There it is. This changes science. Modern technology would not work without this if we did not have the unification of magnetism, electricity, and optics. Why is it not taught in schools? This was the breakthrough. Hardly anyone knows about James Clerk Maxwell. Instead, Darwin is glorified. We have a Darwin Day. Do you know that? I mean, why don't scientists celebrate Maxwell Day? Celebrating Darwin is all about advancing a secular agenda. It has nothing to do with science. And we have, in the present 21st century, we are seeing that people are evolutionary biologists themselves, have this extended synthesis. They think this is Darwinian views are not working so well. I'm just like, yeah? So why do you have a Darwin Day? Yeah, so yeah, now, yeah. That's my rant there. I got sick of these snotty atheists saying, you don't know science, Sal. You've rejected science. You don't believe in evolution. I wanted to say, I slaved over learning how to understand what this means, and I still slave over trying to understand what it means. This is real science, not the garbage you're trying to shove down my throat. And I know it's illogical. It doesn't work. It has no experiments to prove its major claims. We have so many experiments that prove electromagnetism every day in people's everyday technology. Your cell phone won't work. Your computer won't work if those equations didn't work. That's real science. But Darwinism fails. It fails all the time. That's a nice testable prediction. Evolutionary theory is useless. It has not had the impact that real science has. And this was done by a Christian. And by the way, there's good evidence James Clerk Maxwell believed in special creation. So take that, evolutionary biologists who insist that creationists are holding back science. We wouldn't have modern technology unless we had creationists like James Clerk Maxwell, like Isaac Newton, like Michael Faraday. We're being lied to by the secular establishment. They're trying to say Christianity is holding us back. Creationism's holding us back. And so I wanted to contrast real science with the pseudoscience that Josh Swamidas is advertising on his hostile pseudoscience website, which he calls peaceful science, as garbage. I said, how can you, as a Christian in good conscience, advertise this? I want to say, you can advertise it, call it a faith statement, which it really is, because there's no empirical or theoretical confirmation. And yet, Josh wants to label Christians who believe in creationism as, some sort of outcasts, like they're advocating pseudoscience, and just like, yeah, no, Josh, that's bad on you big time. That ain't right. So you want to advertise what real good science is. That's it. And now, reflecting back, it's like, isn't it kind of strange how God works? I was interested in studying toys. I wanted to make toys and start my own company and just have a lot of fun and get rich that way. God works all things for the good. It's because I studied electrical engineering, I got to see what good science is. I began to realize I was being lied to. The culture is being lied to. The You have the NCSE, the National Center for Selling Evolution, trying to shove this down people's throats, destroying their faith. You have professors in secular universities who can't prove their theories, trying to say that there's no creator, that this could just arise spontaneously. And praise God for people like James Tour, who doesn't identify as a creationist or an ID guy. But goodness, if anyone could argue for creationism, that would be one guy, because there are a lot of people praising the Lord when he was just ripping on Dave Farina. And then God bless everyone that joined us here when Rob Stadler and I gave our debate that never was. And we're joined by Cy Gard and James Carter and Ryan Hayes. I was the dumb kid on the block with those 4 PhDs there. And I was like, yeah, man, look at the brain power on this stream. Look at that, the brain power on that stream. Yeah. I have so much regard for SJ. I'm not going to spam. But Josh wants to come here and he wants to defend his sorry views. He can. We were on better terms until I heard about that Wall Street Journal article. I said, dude, this ain't right. If anything that needs to be labeled as pseudoscience, it's evolutionary theory and abiogenesis. You're on the wrong side of this, buddy. You're totally on the wrong side of this. You could say this is our speculation right now. Okay, if Josh said that, that's okay with me. You can't label it as good science. And do it in a way where you label people that believe in miracles, that life is a miracle. To label them like that, to destroy their careers, that ain't cool. And I wanted to ask Joshua Amidas, so do you believe that Jesus converted water into wine? Do you believe he fed the 5,000? That would mean in the miracle of the wedding at Cana that there was nuclear transmutation. And then in the case of the loaves of bread being multiplied and the fish, Jesus is creating matter. Do you believe that, Josh? I'd be interested in what he has to say. Because if he believes that, it's like, okay, so if the scientific evidence suggests that life is a miracle, why aren't you rushing to it? Why do you have to insist? A faith assumption on your part, by the way, Josh. A faith assumption on your part, not that you have evidence. Why don't you even suspect God worked a miracle? Is that too hard for you? I mean, if you're professing one thing and then putting your faith in a theory that, as we've tried to show, even theoretically, experimentally verified, that this doesn't happen spontaneously, is that too hard? And then now you're going to stab your Christian brothers and sisters in the back, try to marginalize them even more. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Sal versus that'd be an interesting debate. Put me and Josh Swamidas on modern day debate, and I'll say, buddy, let's mix it. I'm usually a lot nicer to my atheist. I'll be a lot nicer to Dr. Dan than I will be to you, Josh Swamidas. I'm not going to show you any quarter. The way you see me right now is the way I'll be with you in modern day debate. You don't do this to your brothers and sisters. That is just not cool. Dr. Dan and I will have a nice conversation. But Josh, what you've done, claiming to be a Christian brother, this is over the top. This just ain't right. It's bad science. You advocate lousy science. You have to stop criticizing ID proponents for saying they have bad science. You're the one that has bad science. So, yeah, I doubt you'll show up in modern day debate or any debate venue, because it seems to me that you'll engage in venues that'll help you promote your book. your I haven't read your book. I know a little bit about it through Dr. Sanford and Dr. Carter, and I don't think you'll debate me because it's not going to further your popularity and your advancement and your ambitions. Um, Frankly, I couldn't live with myself trying to endear myself to the mainstream establishment at the cost of stabbing my brothers and sisters in the back. I couldn't live with myself with that. You want to label bad science? Why don't you go after transgenderism? I mean, we're not even talking about historical stuff. Do you want to? You want to call? Why don't you call a spade a spade? There are lots of things where you should be saying, we ought to label what's coming out of the some of these humanities studies as bad science. That would be a good thing to advocate. But why don't you do that? Yeah, yeah. That got under my skin. It's like, yeah, I will. I sooner be friends with Erica Gutzik Gibbon and David Neff and Dr. Dan Cardinal than to be dealing with this stuff from someone inside the church. This is like, um, okay, I don't want to be calling names out, but okay, you had the Pharisees. Okay, in the Bible, who's the worst villain? Was it someone that was far away from the Lord, like the Pharisees, or is it someone who basically stabbed Jesus in the back? If you know what I mean. Who had the worst reputation? Was it someone really outside of the circle, or someone who was in the camp who betrayed his own? That's why I get so mad about this. Okay, this is not cool. I don't want to call Josh. It's a name I don't want to use, but it's the apostle who betrayed the Lord. I don't want to call him that. I'm not going to go that far, but I got to say this just really gets under my skin. This is so not right. This is just so not right. And let me read this. I was thinking last night when William Lane Craig and Swami Das couldn't imagine explaining Evo to Jesus. Wonder how well Dr. Swami Das would do explaining genealogical Adam and Eve to Christ. Okay, so I got that out of my system. Goodness. Yeah. Um, oh, yeah. Oh, Lord, he's a wokester, too. So anyway, I, uh, I didn't expect to just kind of explode like that. But when you know, maybe it was bottled up because I'm tired of hearing that Darwinism is good science, the evolutionary biology is good science. I've had the privilege of studying good science. That was it. Let me just, for the record, let's just show it again. This, this is good science. This is fabulous science. It is the heart of electrical engineering, and it is one of the five pillars of physics. The five pillars of physics um, being classical mechanics, the approximation. Classical mechanics actually can be extended to all the other mechanics, like quantum mechanics. When you look at Schrodinger's equation, they have a Hamiltonian there, operator. That's from classical mechanics. So um, um, don't knock classical mechanics. Five pillars: classical mechanics, electrodynamics, Maxwell's equations, statistical mechanics, Boltzmann's equations, quantum mechanics, Schrodinger's equation, etc., and then general relativity, relativistic mechanics. Those are the five pillars of modern day physics. And Those are the 5 pillars of modern day physics. And Maxwell's equations is only one of them. And you could see the influence that it's had on the world. Even just one of those pillars, that's an example of good science. So now where does this lead? The next thing on the docket is YEC cosmology and YEC infighting. Oh my goodness. And Omri can tell you about this. There's a lot of infighting among young Earth creationists. I was at International Conference of Creationism in 2008, and we were talking about alterations to Maxwell's equations. And this is on recording, okay? So this isn't secondhand. If someone has a recording, they can confirm this shouting match was happening over Maxwell's equations. Oh my goodness. Bill Lucas, who is a physicist, was suggesting a modification to Maxwell's equations to solve the distant starlight problem. In the audience was John Gideon Hartnett, who was also a physicist, who, by the way, had invited me to be his PhD student. This was 2008. I ended up being the assistant to John Sanford. So there are really 3 major players that had invited me to be a part of their team. One was John Gideon Hartnett. The other was Robert Marks and Bill Dembski down at Baylor. John Gideon Hartnett in Australia, and then John Sanford. I ended up with John Sanford, which is strange because my background was in engineering, computer science, electrical engineering. Robert Marks and Bill Dembski are the computer electrical engineering types. I didn't end up with them. And they pioneered a lot of stuff like with evolutionary informatics, criticisms of evolutionary theory, no free lunch theorem, etc. And then John Gideon Hartnett, at the time, I moved on from engineering. As you could see the progression there, one of the pillars of physics was Maxwell's equation. Well, that's electrical engineering. I wanted to learn the other 4 pillars of physics. And so I was in a physics program at Johns Hopkins, and I met Hartnett, and he said, after you finish, why don't you come with me? And so he's physics. I ended up being in the one thing I didn't know anything about was biology with John Sanford. So God works in mysterious ways and kind of has a sense of humor, I think. So John Gideon Hartnett was in that talk. William Lucas suggesting alterations to Maxwell's equations. John Gideon Hartnett was there. Danny Faulkner was there. And I can't believe the shouting match that came out. Just like, guys, why are you getting so passionate about this? Of course, now that I look back, I probably just ranted right after me ranting about this and comparing it with Darwin. I lost my temper there too. But I'm like, Dr. Hartnett, you're being kind of a little aggressive. And then Danny Faulkner was shouting at the top of his voice, turning red. And it's like, okay, I can say this because it's on recording. And I was wondering who's that man there kind of losing it. It was Dr. And I found out later it's Danny Faulkner. It's like, oh my goodness, I really respect you, but Dr. Faulkner, you're shouting at the top of your lungs. So what did Dr. Faulkner, the only thing I remember him saying is, he said, he's shouting, I asked you 10 years ago about those spectral results, and you didn't give me an answer then. What do you have to say now? I'm just like, dude, you're talking about spectral analysis here. You don't have to raise your voice. But Dr. Faulkner turned red and just like, what's that about? So where was I kind of headed with this? There's a lot of young Earth infighting, and sometimes it's like, one time I got screamed at myself. I was confronting Spike Saris on something about the Big Bang. I said, I don't think the multiverse is really part of the core of the Big Bang. That's not the issue. he just teed off. He was screaming. He was turning red and screaming at the top of his lungs at me. And I just like, dude, I wanted to talk about the Friedman Robertson Walker metric. I think that's the heart of the. He just flipped his lid, because I was criticizing that he was characterizing this in terms of multiverses. I said, no, it's the Friedman Robertson Walker. It's the expanding space metric solutions to the Einstein field equation. He was just flipping out, turning red. I'm like, all right, can't we have just like a calm scholarly discussion? We are just talking, kind of theoretical concepts here. And so he just flipped out. Anytime I've seen him, I refuse to talk to him. I said that just wasn't cool. We weren't talking about anything like it is between me and Josh Swamidas. This was just how to prosecute the case against the Big Bang. And yeah, Maxwell's probably turning in his grave. So, so what is it about Maxwell's equations and it's a stumbling block? And as I said, people have asked James. There's some correspondences, and Maxwell, in his writings, was reflecting. People were asking him about, especially the passage in Genesis, and God said there was light. Let there be light. And so there's a joke in the physics community where they quote that, let there be light, and then they show Maxwell's equations. In Maxwell's equations, if you could see it here, let me see if I can make this bigger. You have this thing called epsilon right here, epsilon naught and mu naught. Epsilon naught and mu naught. And this is going to cause a headache for young Earth creationism. This is why young Earth creationists wanted to alter Maxwell's equations. So permittivity. So we have this thing called epsilon naught. The vacuum permittivity, commonly denoted epsilon naught, is the value of absolute dielectric permittivity of a classical vacuum. So epsilon naught is permittivity, and then there's magnetic permeability. And that is mu naught. See if they have a wiki entry for that. And this is the thorn in young Earth creation's side. Strictly speaking, not young Earth creation, young cosmos creation. And let's see what it has to say. Permeability is the measure of magnetization that a material object obtains in response to an applied magnetic field. And I'm not going to, torture you anymore with that. But let's look at speed of light. And the wiki entry on that. So we have the speed of light, and let's see if it can be expressed. I want to see if they have the equation. I'm embarrassed to say this. I should know this from heart. There it is. The speed of light is the square root of 1 over the permittivity times the magnetic permeability. I know this is really painful to hear about, but I mean, in terms of the technical stuff, but we can measure this in the lab. We have not seen variations to magnetic permittivity and permeability in a vacuum. and therefore we've not seen changes in the speed of light. So this was a challenge to me, and I'll talk a little bit about Hugh Ross. So there I was, wrestling with this in physics. I said, Lord, all of electrical engineering is based on Maxwell's equations. We were able to build radios on this. The assumption of the speed of light is very well, constancy of the speed of light is very well tested. A lot of things will be different if we have to invoke the changing of permeability and permittivity. And like a lot of engineering, I don't know that it could hold up. And so there I was really struggling with this in, when I nearly left the Christian faith. And then there are these young earth creationists, calling me compromisers and all these nasty names and heretics and we're what's wrong with Christianity. And just like, that really doesn't help my faith. I will believe if you give me an answer for how to solve this problem: permittivity and permeability. And so this was, okay, so now you could see this big conflict coming up. And John Hartnett's excellent scientist, 200, he had like, at the time, $6 million in physics grant. That's a huge amount. He had multiple PhD students. And there he was arguing quantum mechanics and electromagnetism. So I regret all the passion that was a little bit over the top, but I just thought this is glorious. Young Earth creationists talking science, having competing models. That was what was really cool. I didn't like all the shouting matches, but what was cool is we were actually debating this. And so how does this relate to young Earth creationism? What I try to tell people, I say, the miracle of life, criticizing abiogenesis, in a sense, the key ID argument, easy. It's easy. You can roll over people like Dave Farina if you know a little bit of chemistry. Just roll over him. Say it's easy. Give you a good one. Dave Farina said it's easy to make any biomolecule. I'll say, okay, how about lignin? End of story. And we saw James Tour rip into pieces. We've seen all these PhD scientists on this and other channels rip Farina to pieces, and the whole abiogenesis, easy. Okay, and granted that was relatively technical, but what I'd like to say is that by way of comparison, this is why I say ID is easy. Young Earth young Earth creation, young cosmos is hard because you have to solve these sort of problems. This is serious stuff. And actually, let me see if I have this on Swami Das's website. I'm trusting he's not going to delete my stuff. Let me just. So this is what I'm showing is kind of the final frontier of young cosmos creationism, what I call YCC. The reason I make that distinction is in the Seventh-day Adventist tradition, and I had the conversation with James Carter. I said, I'm not quite sure how the Seventh-day Adventists handle this. It seems like some will believe in young life, maybe even an old Earth, but a young fossil record, young life, and maybe an old universe. He said, yeah, it's something that the denomination doesn't really, there are a variety of viewpoints on that. And I think Paul Guillaume may not be committed to a young universe, but the evangelical side of the young Earth creationists are also young cosmos creationists. So the Seventh-day Adventists, young life creationist, but then maybe agnostic on a lot of things. Almost all the evangelical young Earth creationists are actually young cosmos creationists. So let me see. I say Maxwell's equations, and I lost my train of thought here. So let me see if I can recover it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having a Joe Biden moment. I lost my train of thought. I'm having, boy, that hope it's not contagious. I'm having a Joe Biden moment. I was talking about Maxwell's equations, and then permittivity, permeability, and so I was saying that this is the stuff that is this is what we have to solve. This is the problem, and if we can solve this problem, and it's more than just rewriting the equations, we need experimental proof to, to that effect. So maybe oh, Jesus asked, which side are you on? I'm a young cosmos creationist. I'm a young Earth creationist and a young cosmos creationist. But so what I was saying, uh, ID as far as abiogenesis and even eukaryotic evolution, easy to prosecute. You just run over the other guys. If you saw my debate with James Downard, I threw abiogenesis on the table, and then he said, "Okay, why don't we talk about evolution?" I said, "Okay, eukaryotic evolution." And so I hope you felt that I availed myself well in that debate. I thought I set him straight that you better not be assuming eukaryotic evolution. So as far as the science goes, that's easy. When it comes to this problem of distant starlight, it's another ball game. We have to solve this. The young Earth creationists have to solve this problem, and it's deep into the heart of electrical engineering and into the areas of physics. And so I was saying that I was like, Lord, help me with this. Help me with this. So I was talking about John Hartnett. He had his ideas, and there's arguments over this. So where does it stand today? I was counting up all the different solutions to the distant starlight problem in what we call young Earth creation, young cosmos creation cosmology. There are at least 12. There are probably 13. We have the Carmeli cosmology, and Jonathan Sarfati was confronting me and saying, you're a compromiser because you don't accept this. And he said, John Hartnett's come up with the Carmeli cosmology. And even at the time, forgive me, Dr. Hartnett, I said, I don't think that's going to work. Dr. Hartnett has since retracted. So that was one cosmology. Another solution to distant starlight is created light. But then that was a lot by Duane Gish and the ICR sometime. And Answers in Genesis came out and made a really good critique. It's like, well, that's not very good, because then God's giving you pictures of things, of events that never happened. The most innovative one is by Philip Dennis. Philip Dennis on stitch in time solutions to Einstein's equation. I'm just like, that was a real headache. Although he is actually a NASA scientist, awards in that. Then there's Russell Humphrey's version 1 on, it was that soccer ball thing, white hole cosmology, and there are 2 versions of that. And then there's Barry Satterfield's decaying speed of light. And then now Jason Lyle's one-way speed of light. And it just keeps going. And I'm just like, okay, I don't, So Sal, which one do you think is right? Now I remember, I undid my Joe Biden moment. I'll show you what I've been working on. And I'm somewhat agnostic to this solution, but I think we ought to consider it. And then I'm going to give my thoughts, because Genesis is tied to Revelation in terms of the solution to the distant starlight problem. So peaceful science and Lorentz. Let me see if I could. Okay, I'm going to bring this up. Just give me a moment. This is my thread. And I was working through this, and I'm going to try to publish this in a YEC friendly, in an ID friendly journal. So you take Maxwell's equations, you can find a solution. One of the solutions to the differential equation of Maxwell's is the DL inversion. And I just want to show you why I say ID is easy, YEC is really hard, because I'm trying to. This is some of the math I was showing on Joshua Das's website to say, okay, I am working on the problem, and by the way, I think I have at least enough knowledge to say I think we don't know everything, and it's not quite like what you're being told in the mainstream. So this is featuring some of the stuff that I was working on. I was working on um, demonstrating the Lorentz invariance to the D'Alembert that deals with Maxwell's equations. So you can take Maxwell's equations and um, this equation up here is the D'Alembert solution to the differential equations, to these partial differential equations of Maxwell's equations, and then you can show that there's an invariance here. I'm not going to go all the way there, but this is how we know time flows differently. So we take those Maxwell's equations and we could show that time, the clocks will tick differently depending on how fast you're going. So that's why we had this Heffel-Keating experiment where you had the airplanes with these cesium beam atomic clocks, and they're flying around. And then we had the cesium beam atomic clocks at the Naval Observatory. After the airplanes landed, we saw that the clocks tick differently. And the equations I just showed you demonstrate that from Maxwell's equations. And Einstein said his understanding of relativity just came out of Maxwell's equations. And just to show real science one more time versus Darwinian evolution, here it is. Real science. Take that, Swami Das. This is real science. Modern technology derives from this. Real science. Einstein's equations of special relativity derive from this. And I showed kind of the derivation. I had to do that my first day of graduate school. And um, my study of physics was like the most miserable academic experience I ever had. So where am I going with this? So this is what is that? What is a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay, so how does this lead to? We're not even talking about the infighting in the biology community. We're talking about infighting in the cosmology community of the young Earth creationists. This is not easy. When I hear these young Earth creationists on some of these YouTube channels, and they're acting like this is a solved problem, like, guys, I wouldn't go there yet. So, what is my answer to this? It's the answer I gave. If someone asks me, well, why do you believe the cosmos is young, even though we don't have all the evidence? I don't have a good answer for you at this time for the distant starlight problem. But there are other evidences in the Bible that make me believe it's trustworthy and also literally interpreted. There is a solution there. God knows it. I don't have it for you. Maybe you can find it. That's my answer. And everyone has their opinion. I'm just like, guys, this is a lot harder problem than dealing with Dave Farina, but it's a glorious thing to explore. I'm trusting that there is a solution and God will reveal it to us. We will know. And and so we have great people here in the chat like Mr. Jetty. We have a lot of uh, the people that are Christians and are old Earth creationists. I want to say, and I'm going to mention something about Hugh Ross. I'll say a little bit now. He did more for my Christian faith than Ken Ham did. Ken Ham really turned me off because it felt like just such condemnation. I didn't like the names I was being called by way of implication. Um, and Hugh Ross's organization that did studies on biology, Richard Dean, Fuzz Rana. Fuzz Rana's book converted a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry in Richard Smalley. Richard Smalley's in heaven today because of the work of Fuzz Rana, which parallels a lot of what James Tour did. That was very important for my soul. Hugh Ross, William Lane Craig, John Polkinghorne, these guys who are old Earth, and then a couple of them are theistic evolutionists. They raised my love and belief in the Lord more than certain young Earth creationists. But that being said, they're young Earth creationists that brought me even stronger, B. Walt Brown and Dr. John Sanford. So that's why I have a soft spot. I have a very soft spot in my heart for Hugh Ross, because people in his organization were there for me when no one else in the church was. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about my history. And Hugh Ross would totally understand everything that I just said. We're wrestling with Maxwell's equations, and I'm still trying to work through it. I showed you some of my work, and I'm like, yeah, compared to arguing with James Downard, that was a piece of cake compared to trying to solve the problems with the speed of light. That is still a thorn. And so, you know, uh, if you hear the young Earth creationists right now, the thing that's in vogue is Jason Lisle, and I've just seen it come and go. And I did write Jason Lisle. Okay, so a little bit more dirty laundry. I mean, he and I are on good terms, but I was a little bit offended. I said I've actually done some experiments looking into the one-way speed of light. I rebuilt Reginald Cahill's interferometer. Inconclusive results, but I think he has onto something. He never wrote me back. It's like, yeah, it's not worth his time. Even though I was actually working on an experiment related. Reginald Cahill may have measured varying one-way speed of light. I was trying to rebuild his interferometer. I have some of the pieces back here of that interferometer here, right here in this room. And I did write Reginald Cahill because other scientists have been picking this up. And then when Dr. Sanford was at my house one time, I was telling him about my interferometer the first time Dr. Sanford visited me and my mother. And he said, oh, yeah, you need to talk to Ron Hatch. Ron Hatch was on the GPS committee. And I'm like, you're kidding. How did someone who doubts Einstein end up there? And I looked more. I found out that my boss, really the president of the company at MITRE, my former boss, was on the GPS Council too. That's a global positioning system. That's a big deal. And it turned out Ron Hatch didn't have his PhD. It was academic suppression because he questioned Einstein. So you question Darwin, you get in trouble. You question Einstein, you get in trouble too. He was questioning Einstein. And I said, how could someone be on these GPS council? And we know GPSs use Einstein's theory of relativity to adjust its clock and help improve its positioning data. How did he get on the GPS council questioning Einstein? It turned out that GPS will not work unless it has this thing called the Hatch filter. And guess who created the Hatch filter? It was Ron Hatch. A filter after his name is inside the global positioning system. And he questioned Einstein's theory. And he's what we would call a neo-Lorentzian. A neo-Lorentzian. So when I was showing these equations, I was trying to show that one could be a neo-Lorentzian like Ron Hatch and still maintain pieces of Einstein's theories, but then also invoke variable speed of light. If the speed of light is variable, spatially, that means it can travel very, very fast in other regions of space. That would solve the distant starlight problem. It would be a big win for YEC. And I just haven't had the time to deal with it, partly because biology is exploding and we get to deal with clowns like Dave Farina, and that's a lot of fun. And we'll be doing that for a while. Hammer on these evolutionists. We'll hammer on these abiogenicists guys, and then we'll hammer on the evolutionists. Then we can start working on things like geology. And the final piece, the icing on the cake, is finding alternative solutions to to Maxwell's equations and Einstein's field equations that encompass Einstein's field equations. If that can be redone, that would be awesome. So now I said I'm going to try to tie Genesis to Revelation, and also some of the words of Jesus. It says in Revelation, you'll see disturbances in the heavens. And Jesus said you'll see disturbances in the heavens, and in Revelation it says that. How can that happen? How can we see disturbances in the heavens? Okay, either it happened billions of years ago where you're starting to see the stars kind of like, I got the impression we're talking about like when the stars falling, I think that's a figure of speech to say the stars are disappearing from the skies. How can we see that happening at the end of the world unless all of that decay in the universe had been instilled? It would really put a kink in Big Bang cosmology, for one, which Hugh Ross, God bless him, is advocating. And I saw this in graduate school in physics, that I could see the Big Bang was in trouble. The whispers among graduate students and faculty, and then some that weren't so subtle, like Cicero Roy at George Mason, my undergrad alma mater, and also including James Trefil. I'll mention him; he's on the docket. I saw this. I saw this coming, and we see in 2021 inflation theories being questioned. That's a big pillar of the Big Bang. And now dark matter, and just like what else is coming? And then now even scientists, Cicero Roy, who I said was at my undergraduate alma mater, he was published in the prestigious Journal of Astrophysics and Astronomy, questioning the Big Bang openly. And it's like, yeah, okay, the model is failing. And so think about when Jesus said, you'll see disturbances in the heavens, and then also Revelation and the stars disappearing, which again, they use the word falling. I think that you could just say disappearing. And this is yes, this is going to be a big topic to talk about. Briefly, it's because of the observations we're making and experiments we're running on Earth. A lot of the predictions about the nature of matter that the Big Bang predicts are not coming true. There are also all sorts of astrophysical things that we're seeing that just don't square with the Big Bang, and there end up having to be too many patches. So I was like, Hugh Ross, sorry, I saw this coming, and I know he staked a lot in it, and God bless you, Hugh Ross, but it's not looking good for the model you've endorsed most of your life. The other stuff you said about fine-tuning, God bless you for that, and about the miracle of life, God bless you for that too. And I want to thank him. And when he was here in the area at University of Maryland, I had my class at the NIH. I drove through some pretty tough traffic. I barely got to see him. I shook his hand. I said, thank you. You helped me return to the Christian faith. I thanked him personally, but unfortunately, what he staked is so much of his claims of cosmology on the Big Bang. It's falling apart on its own demerits scientifically. It has nothing to do with theology. Even the secular world is questioning it now. It's starting to show cracks. Now, it's not been an avalanche yet. I'd say maybe just figures, maybe 1% of the community, but they're starting to get open and people are starting to question this or that. Everything's on the table. But going back again to the New Testament, Revelation, and the words of Jesus, seeing the stars fall. How can they disappear? You have two scenarios. One, billions of years ago they blew up, and then now when we see them disappearing from the skies, we just happen to see them from all directions disappear from the skies because really they blew up 14 billion, 13, 12 billion years ago. There's kind of, that doesn't feel aesthetically satisfying. Danny Faulkner put his finger on it. He said, yeah, sometimes when I look out there at the stars, I think I'm seeing them almost in real time. And just like, yeah, that's kind of my feeling. And by the way, that would mean you had stars that are 12 billion light years away, blowing apart 12 billion years ago, and then the ones that are closer to us blowing up a billion years ago. I said, okay, you could postulate that, but it doesn't seem satisfying aesthetically. Not to mention, and this has gone back and forth as I've discussed with an astrophysicist on Swami Dasa's site. I said, isn't it true some of the stars, there's an invariance in the age of the stars as the farther we look out. So these are all kind of outstanding questions. But I said, it's solved really beautifully if there's a mechanism for the speed of light to reach us almost instantaneously. That means it would travel very, very fast, even though the stars are very far away. Somehow the light from those distant stars reaches us in a very short time. That would solve the distant starlight problem. That would solve one of the biggest problems in young Earth cosmology. And like I said, there are like 12, 13, 14 competing models. So that means even the young Earth creationists can't agree amongst themselves to solve this problem. Whereas, by way of contrast, all the young Earth creationists uniformly agree a miracle created life. So the irony is we're going to invoke miracles for the creation of life, but we invoke naturalistic mechanisms, most of us, to solve the distant starlight problem. That's the big ironies. Now, young Earth creationists are hoping we'll find a naturalistic answer. That's myself included. That's the big irony in all that. This is the one time we are not trying to invoke miracles. We're looking for naturalistic answers. Same for some aspects in Noah's flood and the mechanisms and to solve some issues with radiometric dating, et cetera, et cetera. It's unreliable, but then there's some other anomalies we haven't quite solved. Like how does accelerated nuclear decay not cause incineration of the Earth or blow our genomes apart because if potassium in our bodies had accelerated nuclear decay, we'd be dead. And I'm just like, yeah, this is great to hear that you guys are thinking critically, and so wouldn't it be great that there's a fast mechanism? So a lot of the YEC mechanisms any of them will have to account for that. So I think Dennis's model, Jason Lyle's model, account for that. Russell Humphrey's model, I think, is a little problematic for that. Same with Barry Setterfield, and I knew Barry Setterfield's personally. Bill Lucas, that caused that shouting match at ICC 2008. I don't know how. I couldn't get a straight answer out of him. So there are a few young Earth cosmologies that are in the running based on my understanding of Scripture. The problem is we need to have more experiments and observations to help us construct this model, and it is not easy. Like I said, ID is easy, YEC is hard, and I've agonized over this many hours. I mean, Dave Farina was just a piece of cake by comparison. This is a tough problem, and I'd like to resume work on it sometime. I might do a little work on it this year, but really biology, God's just handing us the victory on a silver platter. This is easy. And praise God for that. This is our weapon against the theistic evolution movement and the Swami Dasari going on is the biology. But, I feel that after this battle is won, we can move into geology and into physics, and this is going to be fun. So there are 11 times in the Bible where it refers to God stretching the heavens. This means that the constant we assume our steady state may not be steady state. Thank you. The problem that makes physical cause for accelerated nuclear decay in specific cases much more appealing than universal acceleration of nuclear decay. Amen. Oh, goodness. Yeah. So you are basically saying Farina is a lightweight. I'd say middleweight. Evolutionary biologists are lightweights. I know that. Look, Dr. Dan, bright guy, I totally respect you, but that theory is just pathetic. You want to compare real science, and this is from Maxwell's equations, with evolutionary theory. I'll take that comparison any day. And it does pain. It's really funny. I feel delighted we're just smashing Swami Das. I actually feel regret that Dr. Dan's on the other side because I like the guy. But yes, Dave Farina is a lightweight. That was so comical. He has a bachelor's in arts, not a bachelor's in science and chemistry. And I heard some other, that's respectable. But he's not a James Tour, who he keeps calling is clueless. James Tour testified before the United States Congress on chemistry. You don't get to do that unless you're a top chemist. James Tour worked for a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry, and it was James Tour who got Hugh Ross to talk to his boss, Richard Smalley, the Nobel Prize winner. Richard Smalley became a Christian as a result. I shouldn't laugh. Dr. Dan, please, no offense. I like you, but I think Godzilla Freak is right. And it was in my debate with Dr. Dan. I said, do you think the genome's improving or deteriorating? I don't think I got a straight answer from him. Okay. But it's like what they say, don't talk about politics and religion if you want to keep your friends. And it's like, yeah, Dr. Dan, do we have to actually talk about these things? Because we may not stay friends long. Let's see. And Swami Das just did a debate recently on unbelievable. It was interesting. So I'm glad to see the chat lighting up. I can't believe I've done a monologue for almost 4 hours. A 4-hour monologue. So you could tell I had a lot on my heart that I haven't shared. It's wonderful to be able to talk about electrical engineering because that is a real nerd topic. And I'm sorry that Ben Rex isn't here, our resident electrical engineer. He would be loving this because we get to talk real electrical engineering, and it started with that high-speed anti-radiation missile. So this was a lot of fun. So I'm just trying to say, young Earth creationists, ID is easy, YEC is hard. I'm just trusting the Lord that He's going to reveal the answer to us. And so just like with the archaeology discoveries, just think about if you're the Christian at the time they had all this critical, what do they call it? Higher criticism, where they're trying to rip the Bible as mostly myth, impossible, and then God brings the archaeological discoveries. It's like, puts a new wrinkle in things. These are real people. You're going to, it's harder now to say that this is not historical. It's very hard now to say it's not historical. And then Darwin comes along and it just kind of beats us up for 150 years. And now we see abiogenesis is failing. So his little warm pond theory kind of fell apart. And then now the problems with Darwinian evolution. It's like, okay, So now we have the ID movement, and then we have all the discoveries in biology, and then, you know, coupled with biochemistry and structural biology, that whole thing is beginning to come unhinged. And then we have the genetic entropy that's showing us good evidence, good reasons to believe that, from a forensic standpoint, that the genealogy of Jesus Christ is correct, in that it suggests humanity is young. Luke chapter 3, my favorite passage in the whole Bible. And see, here it is. We're talking about differing viewpoints. So we have a mostly young Earth community here in the side chat, and I respect the old Earthers here, and God bless you guys. But you can see, even among the young Earth creation community, this is where we have our disagreements. And usually these are not too heated. But as Emery can tell you, the biology infighting is really interesting. Todd Wood doesn't get along with a lot of other, a lot of the young Earth creationists. So you have the Todd Wood, Kurt Wise camp, and then you have the other camp, the anti-evolutionists in the young Earth, and that's a whole nother story. And he was telling you how his inbox exploded. And, okay, so this kind of led to the general topic of the infighting in the young Earth community. Usually it's not fighting, thank God for that, but occasionally it gets to be a little too personal for my tastes and a little too heated. Russell Humphreys, I've criticized him in person, and he took it well. You know, I said, brother, you know, I just can't believe it. And he took no offense. God bless him. Sweet guy. And he's helped my faith. Since some of the others, oh my goodness, I just kind of scary how angry they could get. So that's kind of tell you the state of young Earth creationism. And so some of the outstanding things still in biology are mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam, dating them. I know Nathaniel Jeanson, and I'm familiar with his work. I've read it, contrary to some false rumors that are saying Sal hasn't read young Earth literature in the last 10 years. That's totally false. Not only have I read it, I've been writing it, some of it. So quash that rumor. That's not true. And I've had discussions with Nathaniel, and obviously, because I've worked for Dr. Sanford, I'm familiar with these topics. Let me just say, just caution, it's not as solid right now as, let's say, the way we've been beating up on Dave Farina. Okay, that's the gold standard of where we want our arguments to be, when we can just roll over these guys. We have good evidence. Nathaniel, Rob Carter, John Sanford, but it needs some shoring up. And on the side of that is, I actually think they're very good evidences of youth in other lineages, other species like horses, plants, etc. I will tell you this: in my cell biology course, oh my goodness, I don't date fossils. Okay, there's a double meaning to that. Okay, um, um, I don't date old fossils. Oh my goodness. Okay, I hope there are not any women in the chat here. Okay, they might take offense to that. Um, so yeah, I was talking about my cell biology course. I was in a cell biology course being taught by the dean of the FAES course, the FAES graduate school, the dean, FAES graduate school. And by the way, you saw Cy Gart. He was a professor at that graduate school. So that's the graduate school I studied biology. And so the professor just threw this news article out. She said, domesticated grapes have already lost 15% of their genes. And okay, so how long have we domesticated grapes? Less than a few thousand years. Okay, either that they came with 15% loss or they lost 15%. That'd be an interesting question, because if they could lose, they can lose 15% of their genes in less than a few thousand years. And if we could compare that with regular grapes, um, that means genetic entropy could be moving really fast. And I called Dr. Sanford. I said, "Look at this article." He said, "I didn't know that. That's way faster than I ever thought." And these are also propagate by what they call they uh, vegetation, or clonal. So I'm seeing evidence of this in other species lines. And I've also looked at quote unquote living fossils that are supposedly 500 million years. The species is 500 million years old. The DNA looks young. I'm like, what are you going to do about that? So we just haven't had a chance to pursue it. So I'm just saying that there's work there. God willing, there's not going to be as much infighting over that. So interesting stuff. So now I'm just going to I have a few things, and this will actually go fast. And I love that the chat is lighted up. So I had this book, The Fingerprint of God by Hugh Ross, because I'm cleaning up my book collection there. It's actually my mom's. Most of those books, they're not really technical books. Um, they're trashy romance novels and murder mysteries and FBI thrillers, etc. Those aren't scholarly books back there. I have I have maybe one shelf of scholarly books, and I was just trying to file away, and one of them is Hugh Ross's book. I actually didn't like this book very much. I didn't, maybe if I read it now that I have, because I didn't at the time when I first read it. I didn't have my physics degree. It'd be interesting to read it now. But I just thought I'd say that and put in a good word for Hugh Ross. God bless him. Um, this is some of my early electrical engineering stuff, and you can see how this. One more reason I'm sharing this is I do look at how the Lord brought me to where I am now. It's like, yeah, so my interest in engineering has led to my involvement in creationism. That's kind of that. So now, next, there is James Trefil. James Trefil. I studied a supplementary course in quantum mechanics. Supplementary course on quantum mechanics under James Trefil at my undergrad alma mater, which is George Mason. My grad alma mater was Johns Hopkins, but undergrad is George Mason. And it was very interesting. His book, The Dark Side of the Universe. A scientist explores the mysteries of the cosmos. And he was advocating, and he autographed book, because the last day of class he said, okay, we had the final exam. He said he had one more class after it. The class was packed. They said, okay, because he said you could ask me any question. So I asked him about this book. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Cheryl, Mom had all these romance books here, and I said, Mom, I'll build you the bookshelves. I built most of those bookshelves for her. Uh, she'd, throughout her life, maybe um, in the time that we were in the United States, about 50 years, she collected more and more of these books. And I built those. Built those bookshelves to kind of be a monument to her accomplishment of having read all those. So thank you. Um, so the Dark Side of the Universe sounds like a great progressive rock band. I'll have to remember that. So Dr. Trefil was trying to solve a mystery in the in the Big Bang cosmology. The problem is how could um, he has this chapter, and this is actually ironically let's see, I think it's chapter 4. This is like one of my, so I asked him about his book on the last day of class. And I have a funny story about Dr. Trefil. He wrote, let me see, he wrote in another book, and it was about space aliens. Um, he said, "Are we alone?" And this is very similar to the ID book, Privileged Planet. Dr. Trefil was one of the pioneers of the what became an ID book, and then great video, The Privileged Planet. Let me see what I could see. I'm going to type a quote from him. James Trefil. So he concluded that I'm looking for the quote. Yes, here it is. And it wasn't in this book. I have another autograph book. Are we alone? And he looked at how special all the conditions that are needed for life to exist. And he said, first off, it was very obvious. We are actually thinking there could be creatures like on the moon, but now we know how inhospitable it is to life. So I know that sounds naive, but we were very naive 50 years ago when man landed on the moon. And then we started to think about the other planets. So even in our own solar system, it's unlikely. And then he began to extend that to the rest of space. And he came to the conclusion, it's like, oh my goodness, this is a very special planet. And so this is what he said. He said, this is from a blog post, but someone was quoting my professor, Professor Trefil. He said, if I were a religious man, I would say that everything we've learned about life shows that we are special in God's sight. That's a pretty faithful quote to it. I have the original somewhere. It's close enough. He said, I think the original quote was something like everything we've learned about life in the last 20 years, which is when the book, that quote would be dated now because that book was published a long time ago. But if I were a religious man, I would say that everything we've learned about life shows that we are special in God's life. Actually, it says in God's sight, shows that we are unique and therefore special in God's sight. And so I saw that quote and I said, James Trefil, he teaches at my school. That's why I took the class. I said, I'm going to learn quantum mechanics from him. Just, and I wanted to find out also his views about ID. Well, I found out later he was on a campaign against ID. So he could write something like that. You could say, if I were a religious man, I would say that everything we've learned about life shows that we are special. Shows that we are unique and therefore special in God's sight. And yet he was against intelligent design. And so a little story about that, I found out because long after my taking the class with him, he gave a talk at one of the George Mason campuses. I came out and I said, Dr. Trefil, I'm a creationist. I was one of your students. And then he said, oh yeah, it's nice to see you again. Yes. And he told the whole crowd, he said, yes, he was one of my students. He got an A in my class. Everyone laughed. And that kind of just added a little bit of a lighthearted moment there. And he said, it's okay. He was fine with someone believing in creationism and taking his class. I said, that really meant a lot to hear him say that he said, well, I have to grade you, but it doesn't mean it's a profession of faith. So for any of those who are studying sciences, hopefully you have someone like James Trefil who'll feel that it's okay that someone doesn't accept the mainstream, but they still have to learn it and be graded on it. But you know, he wouldn't consider it a profession of faith. So, so with all that said, this dark side of the universe, there's a passage in here where he says he was at one meeting, and uh, there was in that meeting, it was on cosmology, and one of the researchers said, I think maybe in 50 years the Big Bang will be proven wrong. And so, when was this written? 1988. Okay, and so I thought that was I thought that was interesting. And so James Trefil wrote in his book. He said, "Okay, what's the probability that this and this is right? The probability of the Big Bang." So he had grains of skepticism, and that's what I was saying. That's why when I was hearing about the Big Bang and the young Earth creationists criticizing it, I said, "This is interesting." Trefil is acknowledging that the Earth is very unique, that we're special in God's sight. And by the way, one of his other later books actually showed some of his religious inclinations, and a lot of us are praying for him. I met one of Dr. Trefil's friends when he gave his anti-ID talk, and they said, "Oh yeah, we're his neighbors, we're his friends, we're Christians, and we're praying for Dr. Trefil. I'm praying for him. I'm praying for him." It's like God is letting him know, it's his own research there, that we're special in God's sight. And in fact, my first day of class, he's talking about how science works. He said, "It's a miracle. It's a miracle it works so well." And it's like, yeah, God's telling you something. The universe is made in a way that's very special, that's discoverable. His own intuitions are telling him that. And so, page 55. So why did I begin to have doubts? This is chapter 4. You see that? The 5 reasons why galaxies can't exist. The 5 reasons galaxies can't exist. And I actually found out that he wrote that because um, he wrote that because I was reading a young Earth creationist, Walter Brown's material, and he referenced Trefil, and I was just like, "This is so cool! Someone at my university is teaching me this. The 5 reasons galaxies can't exist." And so, why would he write that? He's basically acknowledging the Big Bang can't explain it. The Big Bang is inconsistent with galaxies existing. One of the fixes to that is dark matter, and even if you assume dark matter, it causes even other problems. And I said, the young Earth model, the young cosmos model will prevail. It'll move forward if we see evidence against dark matter. We had experiments in 2019 that tried to look for it. It failed. It was such a spectacular failure that shortly thereafter, scientists, even at my alma mater, Johns Hopkins, my graduate alma mater, were beginning to like, oh my goodness, this is really strange stuff. We don't know what to do with dark matter. And then people were saying we might have to abandon it altogether. And then now in 2021, it's like, well, why don't we just abandon the Big Bang altogether? We don't have the problem of dark matter. So let me see. So the 5 reasons, it's going to be technical, I'll read it. We can summarize the modern view of the universe in 2 brief statements. First, the universe has been expanding ever since it was formed, and in the process has evolved from simple to complex structures. Where have we heard that before? Evolved from simple to complex. So there's kind of the abiogenesis of complex structures in cosmology too, like solar systems and planets. It's gravity's gravity is only a necessary element. It's not sufficient. And that's what this is about. So this is from the chapter, The 5 Reasons Galaxies Can't Exist. People ask me, why do I believe in a young cosmos and a young Earth creation? This, one of my own secular professors. So first, okay, we can summarize the modern view of the universe in 2 brief statements. First, the universe has been expanding ever since it was formed, and in the process it has evolved from simple to complex structures. Second, the visible matter in the universe is organized hierarchically. The stars grouped into galaxies, galaxies into clusters, and clusters into superclusters. The problem we face then is to understand how a universe whose evolution is dominated by the first statement could become one whose structure is described by the second. There is a proof by contradiction here. If you have expanding space, you shouldn't have galaxies. That is the problem. And this is why I had held, like I said, I was wrestling with my faith. I was really upset with Ken Ham. I said, please, this whole thing about telling me I'm a compromiser and all, that's just not doing it for me. I went to this class. I read these books. I said, this is what I was looking for. I can believe in a young cosmos because of stuff like this. It's in secular literature, but a lot of people don't know it. Dr. Trefil says, the problem of the existence of galaxies is proved to be one of the thorniest in cosmology. By all rights, they shouldn't be there, yet there they sit. It's hard to convey the depth of frustration that this simple fact induces among scientists. So where is this leading? It's telling us, it's telling me anyway, God had to make this by an act of special creation, a miracle, just like he made life. Dr. Trefil has identified the way the universe is laid out. It screams special creation via a miracle, an instantaneous miracle of special creation. Now, when I studied astrophysics, I was like, yeah, I think the secular world has a good explanation for the origin of stars. And then I read this, it's like, well, that's only part of the story. And then there are other problems. Like, and I, even as I just think of this, like God made the stars just like it says in the Bible. And by a special act of creation, he made it in a way that tells us that only God made this. The universe did not create itself. The universe did not create itself. And it just kind of, it lifts my heart just to know that, to be reassured. He made it. And a lot of people, you hear in the popular science press, they keep pretending like we figured it out in a way that the universe can make itself without God. And that's not the case. If you actually go there and you're willing to dig, and as C.S. Lewis said, you can't be a sound atheist and read too carefully. As you read too carefully, you begin to see the fingerprints of God. And so maybe that is a beautiful title, The Fingerprint of God, the title that Hugh Ross used. And so that's Dr. Trefil in my life. And we, you don't hear me talk a lot about cosmology here. So this is why it's kind of fun. Partly because it really is a difficult topic. That's where I would start. So I want to, for those who are tied up, who are really wrestling with young Earth creation, I could say there's one part of it that works really well, is that the stars and galaxies, the clusters, the superclusters, the filaments, where the galaxies are organized in filaments, that's very well explained by an act of special creation. Now, there may be mechanisms that God used to build this. So this has been the reason I could talk about this for 4 hours, I basically shared my journey from there, flunking out at Virginia Tech because I had a reading disability, a learning disability, and then studying music and then engineering. Now it's led me all the way to young earth creationism. And there are people that don't need to learn a lot of science to put their faith and trust in Jesus. Jesus will work in their heart in another way that will lead them to him, but the way that he led me to him, uh, beyond just when I first accepted Christ as a teenager, but led me to him to build a closer relationship, is he's revealed himself. I look at my textbooks here, and again, most of these books are mom's novels, but maybe one small shelf, one of those shelves is really for my uh, textbooks. My textbooks could fit on those shelves. My most important textbooks could probably fit on just one shelf, not the whole bookcase. I'm sorry, one bookcase would be my textbooks, but the really important ones would fit maybe only on one shelf, just like that. But I could see, I could see God revealing Himself in those equations, in Maxwell's equations, and um, it's just beautiful to see. That, Let me quote Romans again. This is one of my favorite, and I should know it by heart, but um, oh, thank you for the kind words, Cheryl. I should know this by heart, but it's it's one of my favorite verses. Romans chapter 1 verse 20, for his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made. And so, even though my professor was anti-ID, he could see that we're special in God's sight. That's one. The second thing that he saw, and he needed to concoct, he and others concocted this idea of dark matter, which is refuted now. But he could see that the Big Bang was incompatible with the formation of stars, galaxies, clusters, superclusters, and filaments of galaxies. The Big Bang was not consistent with what we observed. The galaxies shouldn't be up there, yet there they sit. It's one of the thorniest problems. So you actually read the literature, you're hanging around other scientists that actually study this, you'll get a different story. And I was like, yeah, God made this. Act of special creation. Act of special creation. So that's James Trefil. I shared enough about Hugh Ross. And now, next to the last thing is this book. Another physicist this is John D. Barrow and Frank Tipler, Anthropic Cosmological Principle. And let me see if I think it's page 471. See if I get this right. People ask for proof of God. Ha! It is page 471. There it is. That equation there. You take quantum mechanics, the accepted laws of quantum mechanics, and you can formulate the universal wave function. It implies an ultimate observer. The ultimate observer would be again, from their interpretation from this book, which is actually very respected. It was a peer-reviewed book, not just a peer-reviewed article, a peer-reviewed book. Oxford University Press, 1987. Oxford University Press, 1987. They took the laws of quantum mechanics, reasonable interpretation that they used the Copenhagen interpretation. You can infer from that there had to be a being that's non-material, eternal, omniscient, all-powerful. And like an entity, let's call it an entity, and they identified it as intelligent. I mean, that was just straightforward science. Straightforward science. What does that sound like if you have an entity that's omniscient, eternal, all powerful? Uh, Sounds like God. And we had papers, we had student projects for Dr. Trefil's class. At the end, I just threw that in. I said, that talks about the ultimate observer. So straight from science, Romans chapter 1. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made. So that's enough about Barrow. I covered Hugh Ross, and I'm probably going to cover some things. The last thing on the docket is Rhetoric, John Angus Campbell and John Stuart Mill, and logical fallacies. Um, just briefly on logical fallacies, we had the thing called circular reasoning, and it's very hard for me when people would say, I'd ask, why do you believe the Bible? And they'll turn to a Bible passage. I'm like, don't you see there's a little bit of a problem there? That circular reasoning. You can't solely rely on the Bible as proof of the Bible to make a convincing case. That's called circular reasoning, because people could just then write any sort of religious text and refer to it as divine. And to me, that's what Islam is, basically circular reasoning. The difference with Christianity, as Polkinghorne said, it makes bold historical claims. There are things that are independent outside of the Bible that confirm the Bible. Now, so there's good and bad rhetoric, and there's a lot, unfortunately, some defenses of the Christian faith use too much, the structure of the argument tends to be circular. And for some things, some people will use that. I try not to. I definitely try not to. Jesus said, if you don't believe my words, believe the works. And I think that's what this channel is about. It's like, they're people who come to the table. It's like, I'd like to believe what Jesus said, but, I don't. Jesus gives the prescription, the works. And I would say, that you have what he has made. Not only does the universe testify of a deity, it testifies of the Christian God. And I'm being more assured of that every day that I study. So now, John Angus Campbell worked for the Discovery Institute. He was a Darwinist, but he was very good at understanding rhetoric, and he was upset at the behavior of how the secular community was just misbehaving and not having civil discourse. And I encourage civil discourse. If some people wonder why I'm very friendly to Dr. Dan, one, I actually started to like the guy. And but I feel it's important to have dialogue. So I'm going to quote something from John Stuart Mill, and then we'll close the stream down. I've done a monologue for 4 hours. But it's been a lot of fun. I'd like to thank everyone that has joined this stream. It's been enormous fun for me. And, I really, I look forward every day that I'm planning a stream. I look forward to seeing you guys. It's always great to hang out with you all. And so there's this passage, and this also describes my journey. Stuart Mill. See if I could find it. Okay, here it is. I think I found it. And, and so this conveys um, that we Christians don't have to be afraid about facts and arguments. And God will, with God's providence, you'll be led to the truth. That's why I said, one thing I said in the book I'm writing, Cures for Doubting Thomas, you really need to have people praying for you, because I, I look at how God has helped me to believe in Him, and all these things kind of fell in my lap that I wasn't looking for, and so it's just like what Jesus was trying to teach us. And thank you for the kind words, Jesus. Uh, that even Simon Peter the apostle, his faith came about because Jesus was praying for him. We need to pray. We being the body of Christ here on earth, we need to pray for one another that our faith will grow and be strengthened, and when it's failing, because it really is an act of God that helps us through. Um, so, um, yes, and thank you, Cheryl. So, where I was headed with this, it, I'm going to read from an atheist. He's what would Dr. John Sanford said in his appearance on James Tour's talk. He was a romantic atheist, meaning, he saw the tragedy of atheism, but he was hopeful that humanity would flourish and there'd be less pain in the world. John Stuart Mill was like that. The the yeah, the other kinds of atheists like Nietzsche that had, was beginning nihilism, which is actually where an atheist is going to go. But Stuart Mill was a romantic atheist. That's neither here nor there to the point I'm trying to make. But I want to advocate for free speech and free dialogue and engagement with the other side on civil terms. And I think it'll bring us closer to the truth. The other side sometimes brings arguments and shows weaknesses in our viewpoint. Don't take offense to that. Feel that the Lord is pointing you to areas where we, as creation researchers, as archaeologists, defenders of the faith, areas that we have to acknowledge and pray to the Lord that He'll provide to help us solve these problems. He's helped us solve so many. I've identified the big one that's still on the table, which is the distant starlight problem. But I'm encouraged that there are solutions out there. So let me share this, John Stuart Mill, and we'll close, and then we'll shut the stream down. First, if any opinion is compelled to silence, that opinion may, for aught we can certainly know, be true. To deny this is to assume our own infallibility. Secondly, though the silenced opinion be an error, it may, and very commonly does, contain a portion of truth. And since the general or prevailing opinion on any subject is rarely or never the whole truth, it is only by the collision of adverse opinions that the remainder of the truth has any chance of being supplied. Thirdly, even if the received opinion be not only true, but the whole truth, unless it is suffered to be, and actually is, vigorously and earnestly contested, it will, by most of those who receive it, be held in the manner of a prejudice, with little comprehension or feeling of its rational grounds. And not only this, but fourthly, the meaning of the doctrine itself will be in danger of being lost or enfeebled and deprived of its vital effect on the character and conduct, the dogma becoming a mere formal profession, inefficacious for good, but cumbering the ground and preventing the growth of any real and heartfelt conviction from reason or personal experience. Now, I'll extrapolate on that. Um, I think the process, now looking back, faith is strengthened when it's tested. Faith is strengthened when it's tested. We here who engage the other side in debate, rather than being in the um, kind of like, say, the sheltered environments of churches and just being in a worship service, it's different when you're encountering aggressive arguments against the Christian faith. It's great. I find it great. I find it exhilarating to engage the other side. And I'm not talking about the 100 or so trolls that I've banned on my in Reddit. I just don't have time to deal with recycled garbage. But I enjoy engaging the best the other side has to offer. I enjoy engaging the best the other side has to offer. And this is what this YouTube channel is about. I will survey to see some of the challenges that the other side will pose, and the best arguments will engage. But there's no way, practically speaking, that I'm going to engage 100 people. Um, and if the channel grows, there could be 1,000 people wanting to take my head off in debate, and I just don't have the time. But I will try to engage the arguments. But our faith is built when we see that these challenges are posed, and especially when it looks like, oh my goodness, we're not going to overcome them, and then they're overcome in ways you don't expect, in places you don't expect. I didn't expect that my faith in God the Creator would be bolstered by taking a supplementary class on quantum mechanics, and then reading Dr. Trefil's book. You just never know where it's going to come from. So um, I'm gonna yeah, I'm sorry about that. A field of 5 hour long streams. Uh, well, I hope you've enjoyed this Godzilla Freak. At least I hope it's blessed those who've um, been, at least seen a few parts. And I feel that I should close. I was thinking how I should close the stream as I was reading John Stuart Mill. I think I'm going to close from Romans chapter 8, and then we'll shut it down. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed to us. For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. For the creation was subjected to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. And not only the creation, but we ourselves, who have the first fruits of the Spirit, groan inwardly as we wait eagerly for adoption as sons, the redemption of our bodies. For in this hope we were saved. Now hope that is seen is not hope. For who hopes for what he sees? But if we hope for what we do not see, we wait for it with patience. Likewise, the Spirit helps us in our weakness, for we do not know what to pray for as we ought, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. And he who searches hearts knows what is the mind of the Spirit, because the Spirit intercedes for the saints according to the will of God. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. For those whom he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, in order that he might be the firstborn among many brothers. And those whom he predestined, he also called. And those whom he called, he also justified. and those whom he justified, he also glorified. What then shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? He who did not spare his own son, but gave him up for all of us, how will he not also with him graciously give us all things? Who shall bring any charge against God's elect? It is God who justifies. Who is to condemn? Christ Jesus is the one who died, more than that, who was raised, who is at the right hand of God, who indeed is interceding for us. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or danger or sword? As it is written, for your sake we are being killed all the day long. We are regarded as sheep to be slaughtered. No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am sure that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. And with that, thank you for being with me this evening. Thank you. I've been incredibly blessed to share this time with you. And Lord willing, until we meet again, take care and God bless you on this Lord's Day. Good night.